Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. President Trump tells Fox News US-Saudi strikes against Iran-backed militias in Iraq were coordinated with the Iraqi government. Volodymyr Zelensky and Benjamin Netanyahu hold separate talks with Trump in Washington as the US Senate moves ahead with a new sweeping sanctions bill targeting Russia. Japan's Prime Minister says rescue teams are in a race against time after a powerful earthquake has killed at least 13 people, with emergency crews still searching for survivors. President Trump has told Fox News that US-Saudi strikes against Iran-backed militias in Iraq were coordinated with the Iraqi government, adding that he's considering additional warnings against Iranian proxies. It comes after the Saudi Defense Ministry said the operation was an act of self-defense against groups linked to attacks on critical infrastructure. Meanwhile, Iraq's Prime Minister's office says it wants to keep the country out of regional conflicts and added dealing with attacks is the exclusive responsibility of the government. I'm now joined by Al Arabiya's geopolitical security analyst, Ellie Cohanim. Riyadh, as always, really good to have you in the studio with me. Thank you so much for your time. Saudi Arabian officials have released two statements over the past 12 hours detailing the Saudi-US strikes against Iran-backed groups in Iraq. What more do we know at this stage?
Well, what we know is that early this morning, a number of bases for the Iraqi militias, the Popular Mobilization Units, otherwise known in Arabic as Quwwat al-Hashd al-Sha'bi. This is an Iranian-aligned proxy groups armed to the teeth, based in many places in Iraq. So a number of their bases were hit. There were videos on social media showing arms depots going up in flames. The CENTCOM, United States CENTCOM, also released a statement saying that it was a joint operation, so CENTCOM Saudi strikes. So this is the first time we see this joint effort. And also, it's the first time Saudi Arabia goes on the record and claiming openly that we did it, because there were strikes in the previous war against these armed militias in Iraq, which Saudi Arabia did not claim, did not say anything about. So it was released later in the newspapers that it was Saudi warplanes that struck these bases. This time, Saudi Arabia came out openly saying it was us, and this came after a number of warnings over a period of time to Iraq to restrain these militias and to stop these attacks originating from its territories by what the Saudis named as Iranian allied militias in Iraq. So I think Saudi Arabia found today that it's time to head back and take a step forward and do it openly. And I think this is most likely is going to invite other Gulf countries who are coming under fire from these militias also to start retaliating.
And Saudi Arabia also raised the timing of these attacks when you look at those statements, saying the militia attacks came while Riyadh was making efforts to de-escalate regional tensions. What message is the kingdom trying to send by saying this in the statement, pointing directly to the timing of these attacks?
Well, it is to say that the Iranian leadership, or whoever is in the Iranian leadership now, are not really serious about their efforts to de-escalate, to negotiate a solution to the problems. We know that Iranian foreign minister has, for several days, been contacting the Saudis. There were statements released in that regards from Iran. Saudi Arabia was supporting the efforts by Oman, Qatar, Islamabad to revive the peace initiative, the agreement signed between Iran and the U.S. But here today, we see these groups that we all know. They only operate at the orders of Iran. They are part of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards, these groups in Iraq or Hezbollah in Lebanon. These are, integral parts of these forces, the Quds forces. So these attacks, Iran is actually behind them, and it's obvious Iran is trying to derail and exercise more, this policy of blackmail, extortion, targeting the Gulf countries, targeting oil and energy sector to pressure the U.S. to accept the Iranian terms, to accept Iranian demands that they be in control of the Hormuz Strait.
And let's talk a little bit more about that, because what does the targeting of Saudi energy facilities reveal about the threats that the kingdom is facing, and obviously the Gulf region too, because as you said, this is playbook when it comes to Iran?
Targeting the Saudi energy sector or resources on the eastern and western parts of the kingdom, from the Gulf side and from the Red Sea side. The Red Sea were targeted by the Houthis, also an Iranian proxy. It shows that Iran, as I mentioned, it's part of the blackmail, because when they target these oil facilities, the impact is not on just Saudi, it's a global impact. It's an impact on the global energy sector. This is going to affect the prices, the supply chain, and only worsen the global inflation, economic problems in various parts. So it is a clear Iranian strategy to target these sectors in order to increase the pressure on the international community, as well as on the United States to adhere and accept Iranian conditions.
Yes, and we've seen them put economic pressure on when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb Strait. But Iraq's Prime Minister was actually meant to visit Saudi Arabia, and that was coming up tomorrow on Thursday. That trip is being cancelled. Riyadh, what more do we know about that?
Well, the Prime Minister was leading efforts to disarm these militias in Iraq. So what we saw from this is that Iran definitely does not want to make this easy, does not like this at all, because these militias ensure Iran's influence and control inside Iraq. So they have derailed the Iraqi Prime Minister effort to start a new page with the Gulf countries. He's just back from meeting with President Trump, where he promised and reasserted his commitment to disarm these forces. But as we know, they have not taken any action to force these groups to disarm. And furthermore, the government is not acknowledging that these groups were actually the ones firing these drones, launching these drones from Iraqi territories against the neighboring countries. It still says we are investigating these incidents. It's very hard to deny something that militarily can be detected. The Saudis, the US, they all have these AWACS planes, early warning airborne platforms that can detect all these activities. They have a lot of radars deployed across the country, and they can see from where they originate. Otherwise, they could not have intercepted all these drones, because you need to see them coming in order to intercept them. So they really saw from where they originated, and therefore it's a big question mark as to why the Iraqi government continues to deny or try to not admit the involvement of these groups in the country. At the end, some people believe that the Iraqi government is like the Lebanese government, who has the problem of Hezbollah, is just trying to postpone any confrontation with these groups until there is a clear settlement with respect to the Iranian regime. Will this regime survive the conflict with the U.S.? If it does not, then it will be very easy. These groups will no longer be able to continue. And if Iran's regime manages to survive, then these groups continue to act as a status quo, and they will already have been given legitimacy and will be, just say, they are integrated and part of the armed forces.
Riyad Kawaji, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Now, President Trump has held separate talks at the White House with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington. Trump and Zelensky discussed strengthening Ukraine's air defenses, including Patriot missile production, while Netanyahu's visit focused on Iran and regional security. The meetings came as the U.S. Senate cleared the first hurdle for a sweeping new sanctions package targeting Russia. Here's what Zelensky had to say following that announcement.
This is, first of all, we are very thankful to the senators and we are very thankful for this discussion. The discussion was with details how to help Ukraine, and we are thankful that this bill is very important. Sanctions pressure on Russia is very important, and really it gives, it's not only about money, how to stop, to finance this war, but it's also a big signal to Europe, big signal to Ukraine, big support of our people. So I'm very thankful. I hope that, God bless, we will have positive results.
Well, Ukraine received more missiles. What was the conversation with Donald Trump?
We speak about Patriot missiles. Really, it's true. Now we spoke with the senators about it. So that Ukraine really can produce everything, which can destroy everything from Iranian Shaheeds to Russian drones and etc. We have drone interceptors, modern systems of electronic warfare. Real problem is anti-ballistic systems and anti-ballistic missiles. And of course, I shared what we need, our needs. I shared it with the president. Today, I'm very thankful to him for this meeting, and now I shared with senators, so we will try to manage it. It's a big challenge.
For more on this, I'm joined by Greg Swenson, Chairman of Republicans Overseas UK. Greg, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me today. So, President Donald Trump met Zelensky and Netanyahu while promising to end the conflicts in Ukraine and also the Middle East. Why has it been so difficult to turn those meetings into lasting peace for Trump?
Well, I think that, he's reiterated that he's got great relationships with both Zelensky and Benjamin Netanyahu. And so those relationships are unchanged. I think the obvious problem with both conflicts is, Putin is the wild card in the Ukraine conflict. And of course, the mullahs and the IRGC are to say that they're wild cards is an understatement in Iran. And you saw that with, the launching the attacks overnight last night. And in many respects, the Russian-Ukraine situation is more predictable because Putin is not afraid of losing more of his soldiers. He's willing to grind out this long war, whereas the mullahs are just very unpredictable. You never know what you're going to get with them. And so I think, if anything, that the president has learned that they can't be trusted. He's got to make sure his relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu and Zelensky are solid. And I think everybody knows that, that what has to be done ultimately.
And Greg, critics say Trump's approach to Ukraine has been inconsistent, with sharp shifts in his tone towards Zelensky and also US support for Kyiv. Do you think that this has made it harder for the US to be seen as a credible mediator in efforts to end the war? Because obviously it wasn't that long ago. People can remember when there was that explosive Oval Office meeting between Trump and Zelensky, which really kind of shocked the world.
Well, I think a two-part answer. To the first question, has the president or has the U.S. been inconsistent? Yes, that's absolutely true. But I think in terms of mediating, the fear was if we were leaning too much on the side of Ukraine, that would make it more difficult to negotiate with Putin. I think that's pretty much failed. I think we've learned the hard way that Putin really can't be dealt with, just like the regime in Iran. So. Yeah, the president has come a long way since that first Oval Office meeting. Obviously, mistakes were made there, especially by Zelensky, when, the first 45 minutes of that meeting went swimmingly. And then there's only the last 7 or 8 minutes that where it got uncomfortable. I guess that's another understatement. But look, the president has really developed a relationship. He likes the fact that Zelensky and the Ukrainians have defended themselves so well. The drone technology is incredible. In 2022, they made 5,000 drones in Ukraine. Now they're making at least 1 million a year. And so, I think this is a good relationship. I think it took a very good turn at the funeral of Pope Francis in early 2025. And then, of course, they had a great meeting in Ankara last month at the NATO meeting. So things are going well there. And I think that's probably very reassuring for Zelensky and the Ukrainians.
And the US Senate has now overwhelmingly backed sanctions targeting buyers of Russian oil and gas. Why has it taken so long to get this done, despite Ukraine's repeated calls for stronger action from Washington?
Well, there have been sanctions in place. And in fact, the president put sanctions in place during his first term. And then, of course, President Biden took those sanctions off and actually discouraged the Ukrainians from firing on Russian energy assets. Now, that's all changed again with President Trump's second term. But yeah, it's just additional sanctions, and maybe they're more solid, maybe they're more aggressive. I think the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, has done a really great job in both conflicts of using, the economic power of the U.S. and the Treasury to constrain the Russians, and you'll see more of that with this new bill. And I'm glad to see it going through. Obviously, the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, might have been a problem for pushing it through. But I think the president and the Senate are respecting Senator Graham's wishes and getting this through.
Well, Greg, critics will say President Trump has been too slow to sanction countries buying Russian oil, and that's because he does believe Vladimir Putin is someone he can do business with. What do you make of that? Because many people always say Trump's a man all about the deals, and when he held that conference with Putin in Alaska, rolled out the red carpet, got into the beast with him, it wasn't really a good look. And a lot of people were saying, oh, maybe Trump's looking to do deals. Do you think that's been the case?
Well, the president always wants to use diplomacy and deal making first. He doesn't like war. And I think, he had some confidence that he could get something done with Putin. But again, Putin's the wild card. He also had B-2 bombers fly overhead when Putin was on the tarmac before they got into the beast. So, he was showing Putin that, look, don't mess with the U.S. That's kind of the message that was sent. So he's tried economic coercion. You can argue that it hasn't worked. It, definitely hasn't worked so far. So you'll just see additional sanctions. He has sanctioned countries that do business with Russia in the past. I think I'm not sure that these new sanctions will turn the tide against Putin, but it will definitely help. And I think that you're seeing cooperation. And it's the same thing with Iran. Iran's plan has backfired. Their idea that if they fired on their neighbors, might create some sort of angst for the U.S. or for Israel. Not the case. That there's really an informal coalition against Iran right now, and I think you see the informal coalition against Russia forming as well. With between the Europeans and the U.S. and others that are really kind of taking, the Europeans have always been there, but the U.S. has always supported Ukraine. Granted, during the Biden years, it was very incremental. It started with, munitions, and then it took 18 months to get the Biden administration to commit to F-35s and in between to commit to tank and other armored warfare. So it was incremental. I grant that, but it's always been there to some degree, and the president hasn't wavered on that.
It's interesting because a lot of people I do speak to, analysts, do say that Europe and NATO have waited a long time to get the US back on side when it comes to Ukraine, especially since Donald Trump did take office. But let's focus a bit, if we could, please, Greg, on the Middle East,
Sure.
because Trump has vowed to hit Iran hard following the missile attack on US bases in Jordan. He used some more colourful language than that, but obviously we can't repeat it. Do you believe a major military response is now unavoidable?
I think it is. It really is unavoidable, because what we've realized is, even in spite of trying diplomacy, that we can't trust the regime, we can't trust the IRGC. And even if we had an agreement, they would probably break it like they've broken every agreement for the last 47 years. So again, the informal coalition is solid. We saw that yesterday with the meetings, again, with both Zelensky and Netanyahu. Occasional speed bumps in that relationship, but, we saw those with FDR and Churchill in World War II, and yet they were the closest of friends and the closest of allies. So I think, you're seeing a real, again, informal coalition, and I think the president will indeed fire back with heavy firepower. I think most analysts are coming around to the fact that, the only way to really defeat, or the really only way to get the IRGC to behave, is to eliminate them as best we can.
Greg Swenson, as always, it's great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your analysis.
Thanks, Leigh Ann.
Thank you. We can now go to Leigh Ann Pollock-David, International Strategy Advisor and co-founder of the Israeli Coalition for Regional Security. Leigh Ann, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. So Netanyahu has described the meeting with President Trump as excellent, but the White House has provided us with very few details. What do you believe was achieved? And did it ease those recent tensions that everyone's been talking about?
Well, Leigh Ann, it was mainly a coordination meeting. It was a working session, if you may. And in that respect, it probably was successful. Nobody really knows what went on behind closed doors, but there were no statements coming out of it, no negative ones and no positive ones. So I believe it was basically a working session to coordinate the next steps. And basically, those next steps are in light of the fact that I think that there's a realization on the U.S. administration side and on Trump personally that he cannot really do business with this Iranian regime, that an agreement is really off the table. So that terrible deal that was on the table just a few weeks ago, which in my view was, was unacceptable, and in many Israelis' eyes was unacceptable. That deal, to me, is now off the table, and it's really very much about what are the next steps. How will all the regional forces led by the U.S. administration will act in order to ensure, first and foremost, that Iran does not become nuclear. That is the number one topic still on the table. But of course, also, how do you do that smartly? And of course, how do you handle the Hormuz crisis, which impacts really everyone in the region, as well as the global economy.
And let's talk a little bit about that, because you say that you think that 14-point memorandum of understanding that was signed was almost not worth the paper it was written on, and it's no longer available or no longer alive, I think a lot of people are saying. What do you think comes next? Because this is the big question, because it just looked yesterday, Leigh Ann, that we were going to reach some sort of diplomatic breakthrough on the Strait of Hormuz, because Oman has been mediating that. We now know Iran has has rejected that effort to bring the Strait of Hormuz to a stance where it's open and usable. So what lies in the future? Is it escalation?
So there's basically two scenarios. Right now, the Iranian regime seems to be still very much overconfident and really firing up the entire Middle East. Everybody understands the threat. And as your previous guest mentioned, there is an informal coalition, regional coalition under CENTCOM that aligns on this anti-Iranian interest. But basically, the two scenarios are either there will be a significant escalation and a strike led by the U.S. that will change the rules of the game and perhaps lower down this overconfidence by Iran. That's one scenario. I don't think it will be the main scenario. I actually think that it could be that we are entering a new era, which will actually take time, perhaps even years, where it will be kind of a new Cold War, if you may, sometimes escalating a bit, then potentially getting on some channels again, but then also realizing probably there's nothing coming out of it. So basically what we've seen over the last few months, but lasting over years, but in parallel, also this informal coalition becoming more and more formal, alternative trade and energy routes basically weakening the need or the dependency on the Hormuz, and then these new alliances then impacting what used to be the former Iranian proxies, which could potentially change the entire Middle East. So basically what I'm saying here, that it's not the military force alone that can achieve what we need to achieve, but it's a combination of economic sanctions, alternative trade and energy routes, military force, and diplomatic pressure that could lead to a new reality that could take time, and as mentioned, perhaps even years.
As you say, that could take time. It could take years, that scenario you've just given to me. But President Donald Trump doesn't like time, and we know he doesn't like years. We know he wanted to get in and out of Iran as quick as possible, like you did in Venezuela. So, Leigh Ann, if that is the case, and that does happen, we get this new Cold War in the Middle East, surely that's not a good look for Benjamin Netanyahu and also for President Donald Trump, who look like they've essentially lost the war.
Well, I think that the main issue here really is that there probably was a big miscalculation around the survival potential of the Iranian regime. It looks like the main hypothesis, both from Israel but also from the U.S., was that this regime would actually fall way before we get to a situation where we are right now, which obviously was a miscalculation. But now that there's a realization that this Iranian regime is actually probably more stable than everyone thought, and actually is not letting go of its beliefs and going all out there and firing up the entire Middle East, that realization gets us to a different scenario, and perhaps what seemed to be achievable a few months ago seems a bit far off at the moment. So there needs to be a different strategy. But going back to the original reason why Netanyahu even came to the States was really due to Senator Lindsey Graham's funeral. And if we talk about his legacy, first of all, a clear understanding about what the risk is for the world, really, of this extremist Iranian regime, and of course, a nuclear Iran, but also the path forward, which is the extension of the Abraham Accords, normalization across the region, and all the regional forces coming together, including specifically normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. So if I think about his legacy, Senator Lindsey Graham, unfortunately, we lost him, but we cannot lose his legacy.
And with Netanyahu facing a difficult re-election campaign and Trump under huge pressure in the States because of those midterm elections, Leigh Ann, they're coming up in November, how do you think this is going to shape their strategy and approach towards the Middle East? Because we've got to be honest right now, on the international stage, Israel isn't looking good. And that's because of what's happened in Gaza, what's happened in Lebanon, what is now happening in the West Bank.
Well, I think actually that on the Lebanon front, there is positive progress. So the pilot zones are extending and they seem to be successful. There's direct public ongoing negotiations happening formal negotiations between Israel and Lebanon. Also, Gaza has gone into a new phase where finally the international security forces are starting to enter after a very long period of stagnation. So there is progress, but I agree with you. The current situation for Netanyahu, both on the global level as well as internally, isn't great. What does that mean for how he's going to move forward? He's going to try to prove, mainly to the Israeli public, that only he can bring about the necessary change. I think right now there is a major mistrust internally in Israel with regards to what Netanyahu can bring to the table in that respect. Military force alone, everybody understands, cannot get us to where we want to be. And we're seeing that in the current polls in Israel. It very much could be that on the 27th of October, we will see a new era in Israel, hopefully driving forward this vision that Senator Lindsey Graham pushed forward and his legacy.
Leigh Ann Pollock-David, as always, lovely to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much indeed.
Japan's Prime Minister says rescue crews are in a race against time after a powerful 6.8 magnitude earthquake struck Kumamoto Prefecture, killing at least 13 people. Emergency teams are continuing to search collapsed buildings, including a shopping mall and a paper factory, where several people do remain trapped. Here's what the Japanese Prime Minister had to say about the tragedy.
Regarding the Kumamoto earthquake, as of 8:30 this morning, 13 people have been confirmed dead. There's been extensive damage, including human injuries, collapsed buildings, fires, and damage to roads and other infrastructure. I offer my deepest condolences to those who have lost their lives and to their bereaved families. I also extend my sincere sympathies to everyone who's been affected by this disaster. Even now, there are people waiting to be rescued, and this is a race against time. We will marshal all available resources on the ground to save and rescue as many people as possible. Government is also working at full capacity to restore infrastructure, including electricity, as there are areas currently experiencing power outages and water disruptions. In the meantime, the self-defense forces are providing emergency water supplies and transporting patients. We are also doing everything we can to ensure evacuees have the best possible living conditions. We are bringing together the efforts of all relevant ministries and agencies to provide food, drinking water, toilet paper, and other essential supplies.
For more on this, I'm joined by Ziggy Lubkowski, Arupe's global geoseismic skills leader. Ziggy, a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. No problem. Authorities in Japan have issued a fresh emergency earthquake alert after strong shaking in Kumamoto. How could powerful aftershocks now start complicating rescue efforts in the country?
Well, we know that there have been over 100 aftershocks already after the main earthquake, and these can be quite substantially large. The main event was a 6.8. The aftershocks could easily be up to a magnitude 6, which could continue to cause damage and disruption in the region. But the rescuers, they understand how to deal with this. They understand how to go through and extricate people from buildings and other structures in a safe and speedy manner.
And the latest earthquake struck at a very shallow depth. What type of earthquakes do we see in Japan?
So Japan sits on a major plate boundary, 4 plates as part of what's known as the Ring of Fire. And there are 2 specific earthquakes within Japan. There are what are known as the subduction earthquakes, where within Kyushu, you have the Philippines plate, which is denser than the continental plate, which the island sits on, pushes underneath. And along that boundary, you can get mega earthquakes, such as the 2011 Tohoku earthquake. or you get shallow crustal earthquakes, and this appears to have been a shallow crustal earthquake. It was on the Yatsushiro fault, and that's a strike-slip fault, so one side moves laterally relative to the other, similar to the San Andreas fault in California or the Northern Anatolian fault in Turkey.
And just a quick question, are these shallow earthquakes more destructive?
So when we think about the level of destruction, we need to think about the magnitude of the earthquake and the distance the earthquake epicenter is from the built-up area. Shallow crustal earthquakes in Japan tend to be closer to the built-up area, but the big subduction zone earthquakes tend to have far more energy. So if we think this was of magnitude 6.8, each step unit of magnitude is a 30 times increase or 32 times increase in the amount of energy released in the earthquake. The Tohoku earthquake in 2011 was a magnitude 9, so that was between sort of, if we say between 7 and 9, was about 900 times the size. So that big mega earthquake can cause much more damage over a bigger area. The shallow crustal earthquake that we've seen yesterday causes focused damage in a much smaller area.
And Ziggy, we're just having a look at some pictures on the screen at the moment of destruction in the buildings in Japan. As we know, Japan is one country that suffers the most from earthquakes. And obviously, the building regulations are extremely different there, and they make sure that they're focused on being preventative when they do get earthquakes and these big aftershocks. But what do you think went wrong? Do they need to put more money into this? Because as we see, there still continues to be destruction, or it's just impossible to protect every building?
So, first of all, earthquakes occur on a geological timescale. So there could be a region that hasn't seen an earthquake for tens, hundreds, even thousands of years, but you can still get a larger event. So we build, we develop, and we, as a community, build a lot of structures in areas which are susceptible to earthquakes, be they on poor ground, be they close to a fault. So there's this combination of potentially older buildings, badly located, and that can lead to the sort of images that we've seen. But what I would say is here, the Prime Minister was there talking about 13 confirmed deaths. Only less than a month ago in Venezuela, over thousands of people died in a similar level of earthquake. So the Japanese are getting this right. They are building good buildings. They are able to deal with this, but there will always be substandard buildings. There will always be things which are more at risk. And we just have to, as a community, look at this and try and make sure that we're as the infrastructures are as robust as possible and we're as safe as possible.
Ziggy, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your expertise.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. President Trump tells Fox News US-Saudi strikes against Iran-backed militias in Iraq were coordinated with the Iraqi government. Volodymyr Zelensky and Benjamin Netanyahu hold separate talks with Trump in Washington as the US Senate moves ahead with a sweeping new sanctions bill targeting Russia. Japan's Prime Minister says rescue teams are in a race against time after a powerful earthquake has killed at least 13 people, with emergency crews still searching for survivors. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
medications are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Either it goes fast or not at all. President Donald Trump says he's willing to give peace a chance, but for how long? Options to reopen the Strait of Hormuz are being negotiated, but can it be resolved before President Trump runs out of patience? That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us.
Now, the internationally renowned American Medical Center, the Mayo Clinic, has just opened a representative office here in Riyadh. Well, that office, which does not provide medical care itself, is designed to help patients to make appointments at the network of Mayo Clinics in the United States and also in the UK. Well, Mayo Clinic is known for providing specialized care for serious and complex medical conditions. Well, we're joined now by the Mayo Clinic's Medical Director for the Middle East, Dr. Omar Ghanem. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. I wondered if you could just start by telling us about the rationale for this brand new Mayo Clinic presence here in Riyadh.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Watson, for having me, and thank you for Al Arabiya TV. So while prioritizing the needs of the patient, Mayo Clinic is committed to caring for patients with the most complex medical pathology. Every year we have more than 1.4 million patients who visit Mayo Clinic facilities in Rochester, Minnesota, in Arizona, in Jacksonville, in Florida, as well as in the UK, as you just mentioned. And these patients come from more than 140 different countries. This is not news to us. We've cared for Saudi patients for decades now, and there is a portion of the Saudi patients who seek highly specialized centers like Mayo Clinic for advanced and complex medical care. Our office in Riyadh does not provide medical care, but makes that journey to finding the right care smoother and easier. Our representatives in the Riyadh office are able to help patients and their families focus more on their health and their recovery and their treatment, while we deal with the logistics and help them with the logistics of accommodation, travel, medical records, scheduling the appointments, and all these other details. Again, this opening in Riyadh is part of the commitment of Mayo Clinic of providing access to care for, or category 1 care for the complex medical conditions and for the patients with complex pathologies. And again, this is the part of the rationale that we are addressing.
Okay, so for someone who's got a highly complex medical condition, you're essentially making their journey to recovery a whole lot easier by taking away some of the logistical headaches that could be associated with it. Why did you think now was the right time to establish a physical footprint here in the kingdom?
Well, again, you know, the patients with complex medical conditions, that diagnosis, that journey can be overwhelming. And part of our mission is to help those patients. Being in Riyadh is a priority. Having an office that takes care of the patients and cares for them is a priority. The timing is just right. We feel that the patients need it, and we are here to align with our mission of providing more access to this category of one care at Mayo Clinic.
And what do you think a local presence by the Mayo Clinic is going to do to help the whole Saudi healthcare ecosystem?
One of the greatest strengths of Mayo Clinic is collaboration. Through having a presence locally, the chances of and the opportunities for collaborations are bigger, are higher. We are there again to help providers and patients advance the care for those medical conditions, complex medical conditions. While being there is more opportunities definitely for collaboration and helping. We're not there to replace. That's what I always repeat. We are there to complement the care. Many of and most of the Saudi patients have access to excellent care in Saudi Arabia. We are there for the patients who feel or believe, as well as the physicians who feel or believe that these patients need highly specialized centers like Mayo Clinic.
Right, and you're going to be working with some local Saudi healthcare providers as well, aren't you?
This is definitely the goal, is to get the referrals, and either patients can themselves refer themselves to the office, and then our representatives would meet them, get them information from them, help them navigate how they can schedule appointments. Also, physicians, if they are seeking that higher kind of care that we provide, would be able to reach to our office, and our representatives would be able to help them.
I mean, the healthcare space here in Saudi Arabia is undergoing a massive transformation. I don't know if you've observed that yourself, but
yes.
Where do you see the Mayo Clinic sort of aligning and fitting into that transformation?
Again, our goal, I heard the term medical tourism before. This is not, part of the medical tourism or part of the, this is not the goal. The goal is to help patients, the patients that need that care. And we are part of that bigger ecosystem now. We have a local presence. We are there to help those patients and to help the providers that need to transfer those patients to a higher level specialized center.
Moving forward, what opportunities are you spotting in the healthcare space here in Saudi Arabia?
There is, again, a great opportunities based on the fact that we are on the ground. We have great collaborations now and a presence on the ground next to those providers, next to those patients. There's always opportunities, and us being there will definitely help explore those opportunities further.
Any particular challenges operating in this market?
Thankfully, our relationship with the Saudi physicians has always been great. I wouldn't say that we've had any challenges, always positive experience with the Saudi physicians and the Saudi hospital systems.
And Dr. Ghanem, when I was reading about your new representative office here in Riyadh, I noticed that you make a big point out of it being a bilingual service, presumably English and Arabic, to help people navigate their journey to recovery. And we talk a lot about Saudization on this program, and I wondered whether you had made a conscious decision in your recruitment to tap into the local Saudi talent pool.
Absolutely. Our representative in the Riyadh office is bilingual. Our representative number is very limited. So I would say the Saudization guidance and the workforce planning might not apply to this situation as it would apply for larger operational systems. That said, our representatives are Saudi and speak, again, both languages. This will allow us to understand the needs of the patients and their families better. This will allow us to provide them with that multidisciplinary care that Mayo Clinic provides and offers through their offices better and through their facilities better.
And just lastly, Dr. Ghanem, I know you're also a surgeon, an experienced surgeon, and I wondered how that shapes how you approach the healthcare needs of patients.
Yeah. So this is a bit personal to me, and that's why it's very meaningful. I am Lebanese, and I came to the United States for advanced surgical training, and with the goal at some point to be able to give the patients and the providers and the physicians in the Middle East back. I just never imagined that I will be able to do it at the #1 institution in the world, and at an institution that kind of sets the gold standard for patient-centered, team-based care. As a surgeon, as a bariatric surgeon here located in Rochester, Minnesota, we get a lot of complex patients. I very rarely do kind of straightforward surgery. We do the rare cases, we do the complex cases. This is our day-to-day. We get referrals from all around the world and the Middle East, and we are able to approach this in a multidisciplinary way. Different physicians sit together and come up with a treatment plan. Too many different angles that we see the problem, and so that we can offer a solution. How does this help? This helps shorten the time to diagnosis. This helps us being more efficient, and helps us answer a lot of the questions that were unable to be unanswered or answered somewhere else. This is, again, a big deal to me, being able to be available through my role to help patients from the Middle East region, and to be able to help those patients in need. And again, align with Mayo Clinic's mission, which is helping patients and prioritizing their care.
Yeah, and by the sounds of things, you bridge many worlds in your capacity as the Mayo Clinic's medical director for the Middle East. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Omar Ghanem, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
If you are watching this report on TV or on your mobile phone, you are committing a sin. And if you take part in political activity, as a candidate or as a voter, this is forbidden. And never keep photos of yourself at home or allow anyone to take them. New York, the dazzling city known for its nightlife, its crowded streets, and the Statue of Liberty. In all its modern lifestyle, its urban sophistication, its fast pace of life, architecture, and advanced technology, and yet only about 300 kilometers away from New York, lies the state of Pennsylvania, which is home to the largest Amish community in the world, a religious group that has voluntarily given up modern freedoms and abandoned contemporary technology in order to preserve their traditional way of living. Our team boarded a train from New York to Pennsylvania on a special mission to learn more about this group in a journey that felt like stepping into a time machine.
mercy, who through life has been my guide.
This Christian community stands as a clear example of people who willingly hold on to their old beliefs, choosing freely to remain committed to a way of life built on traditional farming and handcrafted work. They continue to follow these long-standing practices with intention and devotion, quietly setting aside the modern developments and technological changes that surround them in the world today. But how far can a community cling to the past in a world ruled by technology? Pastor Gregory welcomes us into his church to share his experience living among the Amish and how their beliefs differ from the Protestant Christianity followed by most Americans.
They're just people that are living like in another time frame. Most people, we go with the flow. When cars came along, we gave up our horses. When cell phones came along, we gave up our landlines. We just go with all the technology, but they have held back on that on purpose. I think because they want to have a slower lifestyle, more thoughtful lifestyle, more contemplative, and not be influenced by the things that go with these advances. It's a mixed bag. There's blessings in the technology, but there's also some dangers as well, and they try to stay away from that.
The Amish believe that good deeds in this life lead to salvation in the next. Unlike most Christian churches, baptism is not done at birth, but at the age of 18. At that age, one chooses whether to remain with the Amish community and be baptized, or leave it with no ties.
Well, I was born Amish till I was 5, and then my parents changed to the Mennonite church. Playing with cousins wasn't a problem at all. Children get along with children. But when you get into adults, especially my grandparents, they were really strict, staunch Amish. We didn't eat at the same table with them. I remember one time we had one big table, but they put a divider down the middle. Mom and Dad sat over here, and then the rest of them. What I do now is just respect their way of life.
And the people are generally very personable. They don't like their pictures taken, but they will be willing to talk to you. A man named Sam Stoltzfus. He lives here in Gordonville, Lancaster County, next to the church where I pastor. But this man is a resident historian for Gordonville. He's written Lancaster County Amish History is one of them. And he recently, well, I think it was 2016, he said, he took a trip to Germany. And he has pictures, and it's like a travel log of his experience in going to Germany. So things don't get collected. People give me notes, or I write notes, and I put the envelopes in.
Pastor Gregory arranged for us to meet his Amish friend, the historian Samuel, who agreed to speak only if his face was not shown, as photography conflicts with Amish beliefs against portraying humans.
We don't believe in having our photographs taken because of the graven image. 10 Commandment, second commandment. We have 350,000 Amish people in North America. They're scattered all the way from Montana to Delaware to Virginia or New York State. There's Amish people in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi. Then there's also Beachy Amish. They don't drive cars, but they have tractors. Almost 40,000 Amish people in Lancaster County.
The Amish are known for their distinct appearance. Men grow beards but shave the mustache, and women cover their hair and dress modestly.
We always wear plain clothes, plain suits, plain shirts. Now, we don't always make our own clothing. We buy some. You can buy some tailor-made. And the dresses, the girls wear white before they're married. Organdy, we call it. Then when they get married, then they wear colored dresses. The white dress, when you get married, is laid back, and that's their funeral garb. Or when a lady gets to be 35 and not married, then she'll switch over to colored dress.
The Amish trace their origins to the 17th century when a Swiss spiritual leader named Jakob Ammon founded the movement, aiming to return the church to its original teachings and old religious traditions, believing the Mennonite church had strayed from them. Ammon also wanted a simple, humble lifestyle aligned with the teachings of the Bible.
The Amish people came here in the 1700s to Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, at the same time that many other people were coming, Christians who were experiencing persecution in Europe. William Penn and others had purchased land here and made land available for them to come, where they would have religious freedom, freedom to teach their children, have their own schools, and live like that. Many of them were farmers and stayed to be farmers throughout most of their life and throughout the history of Lancaster County.
They all came from Germany and Switzerland, Europe, and they all taught Pennsylvania Dutch. And that's English and German and Dutch together. So that's why they taught Pennsylvania Dutch.
It's very interesting how at that time, back in the 1700s, that the communication got from America to Europe that, oh, there's freedom here, and why don't you come and live here? But many of them did, and records exist of boatloads of immigrants coming from Europe to America, arriving in Philadelphia, moving westward as land became available.
We've been keeping that pretty well. Our church services are in Pennsylvania Dutch and German. Always in Pennsylvania Dutch. 50% German. Our scriptures are in German. Our communion services are in German. So it's just something we've always kept.
The Amish prefer to have their children schooled in their own private schools, and that is permitted here in Pennsylvania. Usually their students go to about the 8th grade, do not go to further higher education. Some of them might continue into high school.
We've seen this from day one. We started our own schools in 1928 because the sports were taken over and they wanted the Amish to go to high schools, and we didn't feel that was very necessary. Well, we have to go to school till we're 15. In 1956, that was a big issue. Finally, they got together on how they would do this, and now they have a 14-year-old school. After you're through the 8th grade, you go to 1 year to that until you're 15. And then they teach German, farm economics, and things like that. The ladies will learn cooking, housekeeping, which they have anyway. They knew it anyway.
Nowadays, the ministry taught more English than High German. It makes it easier for everybody. But they still use a lot of German too.
Amish girl will go to Amish school, and when she gets out of school, she can be a helper when she's 15 or 16. If she's a helper for a year or two, she has the groundwork to be a teacher. They don't all make it, but 90% of them do. They do a good job.
Their schools are usually taught by a younger single lady, and they do have a training, although it's very short, a training program for their teachers. And when they get to the point that they might marry, she should no longer continue teaching, because if she's married, she should be living at home, taking care of her children.
The Amish face many challenges, including the high cost of land, which pushes many away from farming toward working in shops. Here in the central market, young men and women sell their local products, attracting visitors from all around.
I grew up in Lancaster. I think the market's such a great part of our history. It's actually the oldest, largest, continuously operating market in the country. So that's like a really cool thing.
The Amish today work with other people. They participate in community activities, especially with local fire companies. All of our fire companies are volunteer. The Amish have lovely farms, and they have farm buildings, barns, and they need protection, and so they cooperate with other people in the community as well.
Here's a fire company. The Amish help a lot at the fire company.
Some people confuse the Amish with the Mennonites, as both share European roots and have similar beliefs. They are essentially spiritual cousins.
I'm not Amish, we're Mennonite. We're not quite as strict. We all have electricity and telephones, but we don't have cell phones and no computers. And we don't have the beards, and the dress is a little different. We all drive horse and buggy too. Now there's some Mennonites that drive cars. There's a lot of different groups of Mennonites.
We always work together with the Mennonites. So if it goes to the worst, it comes to bat. Sometimes those people will step up for us, which gives you a good feeling. We do a lot of comforts for MCC. It's sort of a quick put-together blanket, quilt. Ukraine, Jerusalem. They send a lot of stuff over to those cities. People don't have enough to eat or have enough to wear.
The Amish maintain strong social and economic ties, especially with the Mennonites. The Amish refer to anyone outside their community as outsiders, regardless of background.
It's a mix. They'll use our services as English people. They will use our technology, our transportation when they need to, but they rely upon themselves mainly for their day-to-day living in their home life. Some of them actually have vehicles, but not for their own purpose. They use it for business purposes. I work for a hardscape company up in New Holland where the owner had 3 big diesel trucks. He had cell phones, he had office computer equipment and so forth, but he himself would have to be transported by a driver to get to the job locations to give the estimates and then to check up on the work.
Amish buggies differ in shapes and types and uses. There are summer buggies, winter buggies, family wagons, cargo wagons, and more. Power companies used to show us some of his personal buggies.
Evil. Go through the Here's bringing lights. So headlights. This is actually my buggy here. I use this quite a bit in the summer. Actually, here's a buggy that goes 2 horses. Their head and base. Helps a little for the rain too. You look around more and gives you a good ride.
We believe in using horses and on the road and in the field, because if we would start buying cars and buying tractors, we would go way too fast. Our young folks, when they get 16, we get them a horse and a buggy, and that's the way they travel.
Amish like to stay as a community. They have very strong families, and so they don't drive cars because that would take them away from their family and away from the community, perhaps into a city where there might be other influences that might not be to the benefit of their families. And they've kept using horsepower for their farm work as well. And so you'll see horses out in the field pulling plows and different kinds of equipment all the way.
Packing up the dreams God planted in the fertile soil of you. Can't believe
it can add up to the price of a car when you have a horse and buggy together. They have different upholstery. He said they can have seating, front row seat, you have a back row seat. So the single guys, he was just going to have a front row seat. He didn't need a back row because he wasn't married.
But we'll keep you close as always. It won't even see you go.
The buggies all have halogen bulbs now. In the last 20 years, they got much brighter. The headlights and the tail lights, you can see them. And the boys that ride scooter, I meet a bunch of them going to work, 5 or 6 of them going to work in the morning. And they have a light they put on their hat so they could see, and then they have a flashing light in the back for safety.
Among the Amish, forgiveness and rejection of violence are core values, to the extent that they do not join the army. Even so, their punishment is harsh for those who break their rules. For example, if members violate Amish church guidelines and refuse to confess or leave the group, they face expulsion, which in their community is called shunning, as happened with the Miller family.
They keep their horse feed in here. Chicken leg into it again.
You go into an Amish-owned store to buy something, they won't take money from you. You have to lay it on the counter, and they'll pick it up. They won't take it out of your hands. They'll ride in a car with ex-Amish, but you're not allowed to drive. They can't. I have to drive because I was never baptized in the church like my parents were. So it gets a little touchy, I guess.
'Cause our hearts in peace will keep the love that keeps us strong, and friends are friends forever. The Lord's the Lord of them, and a friend will not say never, 'cause the welcome will not end.
They have mud sales every year, and they could have $5 million coming in. They sell everything imaginable, household quilts and farm equipment, and they sell horses some places, and quilts could bring over $1,000 for quilts and auction them off. But because it's a fundraiser for the fire company, they don't mind paying twice as much as what you would maybe buy it at a store. You might get 5,000 people showing up at the sale. English and Amish, they go together, and Mennonites, and sell buggies and horses.
And we got the, well, we're at about 35.
Mud auctions, as they are called among the Amish, are one of the major traditional events in their culture. These auctions are held every spring with many community members and neighboring groups participating. They sell many items including handmade furniture, farm equipment, horse-drawn wagons, and local foods. This event is a chance to raise donations and also a special social occasion where Amish people and visitors meet to enjoy the auction and exchange stories and experiences.
A harder life. riding a bicycle, pushing a scooter, which would use one foot on the platform and the other foot they use to push. I mean, it's a lot harder. It's slower. It's a slower life. And I said to one Amish lady, you're kind of away from the world kind of a thing. But she said, but we're still tempted. We're still tempted. We're still, it's part of life. Not that all of it's bad, but it has its influence. It changes things. So I think as long as they're able to maintain their independence to some degree, they'll be fine.
You on my side, Ben, or not? 22, not 5. And now 22, 22, 5 and 9. So $22 straight down the middle. Number 100. Number 100. 22, 5 and 9. So $22 left side.
The Amish are a very important part of Lancaster County culture. They contribute in many ways to our history and our culture now today. We like having the Amish in Lancaster County.
They are people that add to this area and make it unique. And if we lost the Amish, Lancaster County would be just like anywhere else.
But in this case, from birth, the announcement was made that Jesus is a Savior, a deliverer. In fact, his very name means salvation, means Savior. They shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sin.
For many, this community misses out on much of life's pleasures. But as the Amish say, sometimes the simplest things in life are the best.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people. From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor: the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region, Britain, supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the State of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility.
Ya Allah! Ya Allah! Ya Allah!
In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the State of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Either
Whether it goes fast or not at all, President Donald Trump says he's willing to give peace a chance. But for how long? Options to reopen the Strait of Hormuz are being negotiated, but can it be resolved before President Trump runs out of patience? We'll put it to our panel here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Once again, we're getting conflicting reports, not only on the progress of the Iran talks, but if they're actually happening at all.
And right now they're talking to us about making a deal, but if we didn't do it tough, there would be no talk. You can't bribe them, you got to beat them, and we're beating the hell out of them, but we'll see how it turns out.
Not so, says Iran's foreign ministry.
Mediators may convey messages from the American side to us regarding the current developments in the region, but at present we have no negotiations with the American side.
Iran says the US is stuck and struggling. It's an interesting assessment when you consider it alongside reported remarks from the top US military commander in the Middle East. He says the bombing campaign around the Strait of Hormuz has reached its limit of effectiveness. As the region and the world braces for what comes next, we'll ask, is an all-out war between the US and Iran back on the horizon? What concessions need to be made to avoid it? And has Iran's strategy of targeting its Gulf neighbours backfired? Joining us for the debate is Dr. Dania Thaifa, Executive Director of the Gulf International Forum, an independent Washington-based institute. Mir Mohammed Ali Khan is joining us, an investment banker, author and political commentator. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Josh Hammer, Senior Editor-at-Large at Newsweek and host of The Josh Hammer Show. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, trust is low. Both the US and Iran have defined strong red lines, and US President Donald Trump has renewed threats to use military action if the talks fail. It's certainly not an ideal starting point for fruitful negotiations, but reviving the Iranian Memorandum of Understanding was never going to be easy. There's a lot of mixed messages coming from both sides, which isn't unusual in these situations. But one thing does appear to be clear and consistent, and it's that neither side, it's in no one's interest for this full-scale fighting to resume. But how to avoid it? Mr. Ali Khan, let's start with you. Maximalist demands are being made by both sides. Who needs to make concessions to ensure that we get this memorandum back under control?
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me. Secondly, this should have been thought before they signed an MOU, that who's demanding what. I think a framework was already on paper, the 14 points, and it is after that, one side says the other side broke the MOU. They both keep blaming. Trump has always been, and I used to be a Republican in America, by the way, you know. I don't think I'm a Republican anymore after Trump. He keeps threatening, and the whole disagreement came at point number 5, where in actuality, Iran and Oman were to decide a way in 60 days how Straits of Hormuz should be handled. And then what the popular belief is that Iran broke the agreement, and the other side says that Americans were escorting the ship, which they were not supposed to. So you see, a main-scale war, I live in this region, a main-scale war in this region will have devastating effects because this region, especially the GCC region, was a very stable region in the entire Arab world. I think it was the GCC The only time they had a war was 1991, the Gulf War. After that, the whole region is prospering. We, in Pakistan, we share borders with Iran. So we have a serious threat because we have signed an agreement a defense agreement with Saudi Arabia to protect them. And
so
we have
would you like to see Iran making more concessions in that case? Do you think that they should be doing more to keep the situation calm?
What is it that America is asking of Iran? Let's be very clear of that. The whole idea here is we have no idea who's asking what. What if America comes out and says, these are the 5 things we want Iran to agree to? So all of us, people, public commentators and everyone, research analysts, defense analysts, can at least evaluate and say that, okay, this is not right. America should make concessions, or Iran should make.
We just have got a little technical glitch with Mr. Ali Khan's connection there. So we're going to reinstate his internet connection. While we do that, Josh, let me go to you for some response on what Mr. Ali Khan has been saying there. Do you think that the US hasn't made it clear now what it wants and who should be making concessions to ensure that we don't end up back in this regional chaos again?
So, Melinda, I kind of reject the premise of your first question, not this question, but the premise of your first question that you asked my co-panelists was essentially, what do we have to do to get us back, to get the MOU back on track? And I object to the premise of that question because, to me, the MOU was actually flawed from the start. I was never a particularly big fan of this MOU. I viewed it as making far too many concessions right off the bat. Immediately, the U.S. naval blockade was lifted on Iranian oil exports. That, to be fair, that has since been put back into place. But a lot of the damage was done when it came to the immediate financial relief, when it comes to billions of dollars of Iranian oil exports, unfrozen Iranian assets in banking institutions overseas, in Hong Kong and elsewhere. So I was no fan of the MOU. But to your other question right now, which is, has the United States done enough to make clear what we are asking? I think the question is both yes and no. Donald Trump has been very clear when it comes to making demands about a free Strait of Hormuz. That has been the #1 target for the administration for weeks now, arguably for months now. And he has expressed quite clearly that he does not want the strait to be subject to acts of international piracy, to be subject to the whims and the capricious acts of the IRGC and various other de facto modern pirates when it comes to tolling and fees and things like that. But having said that, what I will say is I've been critical to an extent of the administration for not making it crystal clear from the outset what exactly the United States is seeking to accomplish here in this Iran operation. Trump did that to an extent way back on February 28th, the very day that Khamenei was assassinated. He spoke from Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, and that was the clearest articulation of what we're trying to do, the way that we've seen. But since then, it's been at times clarity and at times, frankly, lack of clarity. From my perspective, Melinda, the United States' goals ought to be fairly clear. I've been saying for months that they should be, first and foremost, the clearing of the Strait of Hormuz for sure. 2, the end of Iran's funding to its terror proxy network throughout the region, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and elsewhere. 3 would be an end to the ballistic missile threat to the GCC, to the Gulf, to Israel, frankly, to Eastern Europe, and to all that are within roughly 2,500 miles, which is more or less how far we think they can shoot their ballistic missiles. And 4, some resolution has to happen when it comes to the nuclear issue. There's still about 0.5 ton of 60% enriched uranium, which is just one step short of getting to fully 9% enriched weapons-grade uranium ready to mount on a warhead and potentially launch on an international continental ballistic missile, which they also don't have yet. But the point is, there are a lot of goals here, and I do wish the administration at times would be a little clear when it comes to what we are seeking to do. At this point, it seems to me like getting back to an epic fury era full-scale military confrontation is exceedingly unlikely. So that kind of leaves the open-ended the question as to what exactly we're doing and what does some sort of resolution potentially look like. I don't really know the answer, to be honest with you.
Dr. Ali Khan, thank you for being back with us. We've got your connection re-established. I'm going to come to you in just a moment. But Dr. Thafar, let's come to you first. Do you agree or disagree with Josh's assertion there that the original Memorandum of Understanding wasn't a good one to start with and that the US gave too many concessions in the first place? And second to that, what do you think needs to be done to ensure we don't return to that chaos we saw in the region in March and April?
Yes, I agree that this was actually a memorandum of misunderstanding. It seems like both parties assumed different conclusions from Article 5 of the Memorandum of Understanding. And so it is very concerning what is the actual goal of this MOU, and are we trying to move back to having another MOU that really, in my view, solidifies that Iran almost won this war, because the MOU offers so many incentives to Iran. Also, when you talked about concessions, I think that Iran has overplayed its hand, if you will, in the Strait of Hormuz, because Iran always will have the capability by virtue of geography to disrupt the Strait of Hormuz. I think that's enough leverage in terms of securing deterrence. And now it's overplaying its hand by disrupting the international community over and over, the international economy, excuse me, over and over, and now is trying to escalate horizontally through the Houthis. So I think that in some ways, if you're going to continue to be a threat to the international community, you're going to be more isolated, and Iran will have to be addressed with a more aggressive posture. So the problem that we're in right now, we're in a no peace, no war situation. And it's a very uncomfortable middle ground that doesn't resolve anything. And actually, Josh outlined the key issues that are supposed to be negotiated in this war. Actually, the priority is supposed to be the nuclear issue, which has been kicked down the road because obviously this war has so far strategically hasn't achieved its objectives. But also there was the objective of the missile arsenal and the regional proxies, which are really far down the road, are not even a consideration in this MOU. So so far this war hasn't reaped any fruits for the US or Israel, for that matter.
Josh, has it not achieved its strategic objectives? Has it reaped nothing for the US?
So look, I agree with much more of what Dania said than what she did not say. So let me start off there. But I see it at least slightly differently. To be clear, I have expressed frustrations in my own show many times over the way that President Trump has vacillated since prematurely calling a ceasefire on April 8th. The United States essentially spent 40 days engaged in warfare and then 70 days of negotiations, leading to this MOU that I think was flawed from the get-go. And then we were bombing for 2 nights, some assets, and now we're calling it off. It's very difficult to know what to make of this policy that at times I think can best be characterized, frankly, as schizophrenic. And the downside of that, really thinking ahead, is the message that this sends to America's many enemies around the world. What message does this send, frankly, to Xi Jinping in Beijing? I'm sure that he is eyeing Taiwan perhaps a little bit more closely than he was prior to the war. By the way, that was not always the case, actually. Immediately after the strike of Khamenei, for the first week or two after that, there was satellite imagery showing that the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, the Chinese military, they were engaged in the fewest aerial flyovers and maritime voyages in the Taiwan Strait over the past 2 or 3 decades. There was essentially no activity because they were so deterred. Now, frankly, if I'm being candid, I think it's actually the opposite. So the message that this sends to America's enemies is not a good one. But where I disagree slightly, I mean, let's be real. There clearly are at least some tangible wins that have happened as a result not just of Epic Fury, but also Midnight Hammer last June. We definitely have done some damage of an amount that we can agree to disagree when it comes to the nuclear facilities, Fordow, Isfahan, and so forth. Khamenei himself is a pretty serious scalp. He's been the leader there for essentially as long as I've been alive, going back to 1989. That is a major scalp. The regime is clearly damaged in meaningful ways, but it's a mixed result at best, which is why I continue to say that the best result for America, if we have the fortitude and the will to do so, would be to actually finish this job on our own terms, which thus far we have not seen a true willingness to do that.
Mr. Ali Khan, what do you think of what Josh has said there? Has it been detrimental for Iran? I mean, has the US achieved what it wants to achieve and Iran is quite crippled?
When has America ever been able to achieve clearly what they wanted to achieve? What did they achieve in Afghanistan? What did they achieve in Libya? What did they achieve in Iraq? What did they achieve in Syria? I mean, the world is absolutely confused as to what America wants. American hegemony is absolutely going towards arrogance. What they say is, let's finish this on our terms. What are your terms? To get somebody into submission? Are those the goals? To absolutely bring a country down by the military might and American military might? Anybody has to admit it has the strongest military might in the world. I was recently in Iran. I think what America has done by the martyrdom of Ali Khamenei is that they united the entire country. I spoke to tens and tens of leaders in Iran, and their point of view was that the entire country may not have been that resilient or may not have been so united as they showed the unity this time by coming out for the funeral procession. So, the whole plan or the arrogance was that we'll kill Ayatollah Khamenei. 3 to 4 days, everybody will be on the street. They'll topple the so-called regime, and all will be hunky-dory after that. Doesn't work like that. This region, not every country collapses. Just because Venezuela collapsed doesn't mean that because Trump keeps kept giving examples of Venezuela in the beginning. Iran, I am sure there were lots of countries who were saying to the Americans that don't do this. And Netanyahu has been promoting this for half of my life. Literally half of my life, I've been hearing him that they're 2 days away, 15 hours away, 30 seconds away, or maybe they're 2 seconds away, sarcastically, that Iran is ready to, is developing a nuclear weapon. What is America going to achieve that they had not achieved?
Let's ask Josh that. What's your answer to that question, Josh?
Listen, Iran is the largest terrorist regime on the face of the earth. They've been trying to kill Americans, at times horrifically successfully, for 47 years now. I think it's worth noting that when the regime first took power in 1979, there's a lot of chatter here in the United States. People say, oh, the United States is fighting a war on behalf of Israel. And I always feel compelled to say that actually, no. When the mullahs first took power, the radicals who took over in 79, their very first move was actually to storm the United States Embassy. And they commenced a 444-day hostage crisis. They've been killing Americans since at least 1983, the Beirut barracks bombing, and on, the death toll from Qasem Soleimani, hundreds of American dead soldiers and Marines in Iraq with the roadside IEDs. There's actually a man currently sitting in a federal jail cell in New York City right now, a Pakistani national, for taking orders on behalf of the IRGC for trying to assassinate Donald J. Trump. So ultimately, this regime is a massive threat to the United States and to all of our interests there. I'm not necessarily saying that we commence this with the intent of trying to foment regime change. But I outlined my goals earlier in a conversation with Linda, which again, are a free, straight end of terror financing, end of the ballistic missile threat, and above all, as Dana correctly says, and some sort of real resolution to the nuclear issue, because this is fundamentally an apocalyptic regime. It is a regime that has their own, shall we say, highly idiosyncratic view of eschatological ends. And unfortunately, the problem with these people is that this is not engaging in Cold War diplomacy with the Soviets back at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, because the Soviets could be deterred by something known as mutually assured destruction. Not so the case with this regime, and we have to make sure they do not get their hands on the most dangerous weapons known to man. There's a lot being said about Trump, and again, I've been critical at times of how he's handled this war, but at a really kind of gut level, I think he understands that these absolute fanatics cannot get their hands on a nuclear weapon.
Mr. Ali Khan, I'm going to throw it to Dr. Thafer in a moment, but I feel like you wanted to respond to some of Josh's comments.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Americans and all pro-Israeli people keep saying that Iran keeps killing Americans. What is America doing in Iraq? That's my first question. What business does America have with Iraq, having their soldiers there? And wasn't Straits of Hormuz free before America attacked? When was any time, any given time, ever Iran intercepted any ships or threw rocket launchers on any ships? Third point is ballistic missiles. Israel can have ballistic missiles, but Iran cannot. Wow. Absolute arrogance. Everybody can have ballistic missiles, Iran can't. Everybody can have nuclear weapons.
Terrorists cannot
Iran
have
can't.
ballistic missiles and nukes, and Iran is run by terrorists. It's pretty much that simple.
You call them terrorists. I call Netanyahu and IDF terrorists. And what the world has seen is what they have done in Palestine. You will absolutely say there is no genocide. It bothers me that a person of Jewish faith who have faced Holocaust are inflicting Holocaust on other people. How could that be? That is the most baffling thought that has always come to my mind.
Okay, so you obviously don't know what you're talking about. I'm happy to kind of actually go through Geneva, talk about what genocide actually means under international law. I'm happy to cite all those statistics there, but frankly, I feel like I would just be shouting into the wind. We're having a conversation here about Iran and the United States. I'm really sure why you brought Israel. I can only assume that you saw a Jewish co-panelist and immediately want to seize the conversation, steer it over to the World's Jewish Day. But I thought we were having a conversation about Iran and the United States, and frankly, that's where I would like to keep the conversation, if at all possible.
Indeed, we will. So,
Israel
Dr.
attack Iran? Should I now bring Israel into the thing? And don't say you're speaking into the wing. I am speaking to you very respectfully. You want to disagree. You disagree respectfully. That you don't agree to my points. Simple. We don't have to say that I saw a Jewish person and I brought Israel. First of all, Judaism and Zionism are completely two different things. Okay, I grew up in America. Don't play this with me thinking somebody said
You should not engage me on the relationship between Judaism and Zionism because we're going to lose that.
And I am just going to put a pin in that. You've both been able to give your perspectives on it. I don't want us to descend too far off topic, so I'm going to steer us back onto Iran specifically, as we've got a lot to cover before we run out of time. So, Dania, I'm going to bring you back in here. Dr. Thaifa, give us your perspective on the Strait of Hormuz. We've heard from each of your co-panelists about whether or not this is a strategic success from Iran or whether this is an act of international maritime terrorism. Do you think that Iran is holding the world to ransom over the Strait of Hormuz? And did the US hand them that opportunity too willingly?
Yes, I think that, it's not Iran's right to have a veto on the international economy. And mind you, Iran's rhetoric is that it's always going for South-South solidarity. But which economies paid the highest prices for the disruption of the Strait of Hormuz? It was the global South, not the global North. So even Iran is targeting the people it's supposedly supporting in its asymmetric warfare. Mind you that more than 80% of Iran's attacks were on 9 sovereign Arab states in the region. Again, goes against Iran's narrative that it could have attacked Israel, right? But only less than 20% to Israel. And the reason being is Iran is looking for the easiest pressure points, and everyone else is expendable in Iran's strategy and its asymmetric warfare. And so I think the Strait of Hormuz is not a right for Iran to disrupt. And, even the fact that the Gulf states who are sitting within the Strait of Hormuz, who are locked there, for example, Kuwait and Qatar, who are the most hydrocarbon wealthy Gulf states, Iran has went ahead and practiced economic warfare against them by blockading them by virtue of the fact that they have hydrocarbons. So I think Iran is not playing fair and also it's counter to the Iranian narrative of South-South solidarity, and the other question you should ask is who is Iran really fighting for? Iran is fighting for hegemony in the regional order. And it's very clear. And Strait of Hormuz is actually part of that story. It's not separate from that story.
But may I, if you allow me?
Please.
First of all, this new narrative that Iran is being unfair, it attacked Kuwait, it attacked Qatar, it attacked Saudi Arabia. Let me ask you a question. If you take over my neighbor's house and you start throwing grenade in my house using that neighbor's land, I'm not supposed to say something or attack back? Why are 17 American bases in this region? Where were the rockets being thrown from into Iran? And what Irani hegemony? When was Straits of Hormuz, ever since this government in Iran came into picture, when did they once use Strait of Hormuz as a weapon to attack anybody else's economy? Irani economy has been attacked thoroughly by America. America says that it really wants to make Irani people's lives better. Lift the sanctions, give it 10 years, and then ask the Irani people if they're happy or not. I mean, this rhetoric that, why did it attack Kuwait? Why is Kuwait allowing a third world country, a third country to use its bases and attack Iran? What should Iran do?
All right, let's get a response from Dr. Thaifer on that.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, when this war started, the Gulf states lobbied against this war, and they said that was against their interests. Second, there was an agreement with Iran that they would not allow any U.S. attacks from their territory. Now, what did Iran do? Within 10 minutes, mind you, I was in the Gulf when it happened, Iran pushed buttons and attacked the Gulf states, all 6 of them to varying degrees, and specifically certain ones more aggressively. I will say that after, I don't know, dozens of days of being attacked, I think it's the Gulf states' right to be able to respond to an attack. I don't think Pakistan would accept Iran to attack its territory, regardless of who's in its territory, and not respond in any way. So I think, you are kind of conflating and reducing the situation. In terms of the Strait of Hormuz, yes, it was open before this war, and I'm in disagreement with the start of this war in the first place. So I'm not saying that this war was serving, the Gulf states' interests, the U.S. interests, or the international economy's interests. But I would like to mind to you that Iran could have just used this leverage and said, look, I can disrupt the international economy. The MOU was very favorable to Iran, and Iran could have taken that, had sanctions relief in there, it had release of assets in there, even some reconstruction fund down the road. But Iran chose to play its hand and wants to have control over the Strait of Hormuz because it found that it was more leverage than having a nuclear weapon. And it wants to flip the equation in the region. It wants to make sure to expel the U.S. out of the region, to make sure that it has regional hegemony. And so it's trying to create this incentive structure for the Gulf states to decide that the U.S., having the U.S. there is not in its interest, so Iran can have complete regional hegemony. And so that's just obvious. And I apologize if that doesn't go along with your perspective.
No, I really welcome your point of view. It has nothing to do with neither I am an Irani government nor I have any stake in this thing other than the fact that I want regional peace. My simple point is, if Iran wants hegemony, in the past 47 years, a sanctioned country with terrible economy, how could it create hegemony? And the people who want hegemony are the Americans who have put bases surrounding Iran. Well, let's be very realistic. A country surrounded by American bases wants to create hegemony where they have no air. But
if you think about the Iranian proxies that have been operating all throughout at certain points in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, I mean, Isn't that a little bit of hegemony tentacles?
Isn't America fighting through ISIS? Who created ISIS? Wasn't America fighting through ISIS? Please don't be surprised and don't act like you have no idea.
Sorry,
about
what is your allegation that the United States created ISIS? Is that literally what you're saying right now?
Created. You go to Iraq, you talk to them. You go to Syria, you talk to them. I have been there. I've spoken to everyone. And who was fighting ISIS?
Okay, there is simply no sort of open and public evidence to support that. So,
and I didn't know Netanyahu was on the panel.
And he absolutely is not. We have Josh Hammer, who is certainly not representative of the Israeli government. But I should say, for the record and for clarity and for legal reasons, that there is no evidence that the US created ISIS. They were fighting ISIS via CENTCOM. So we're going to put a pin in that part of the discussion because, Josh, I want to bring you in again. Iranian foreign minister says the United States is stuck and struggling. I mean, 5 months into the war and they still can't get the strait back open, can't get Iran back to the negotiating table. Have they been exposed a little bit here?
Sorry, they being Iran or the United States?
No, they being the United States military.
Look, the U.S. military is still the greatest fighting force on the face of the earth. Melinda, but we
if they are, then why are we in this position 5 months on?
Because a ceasefire was called prematurely by the commander-in-chief on April 8th, 2026. What happened between February 28th and April 8th was overwhelming military might. We saw America dominating on the military field. We saw that happening for about 35 to 40 days. So the fault in this case lies with our leaders in not seeing the job through. The functional analogy, Melinda, of what happened, to kind of borrow a soccer or football analogy, as the rest of the world calls it. We just had the World Cup. The analogy here is coming out of the locker room with a 4-0 halftime lead and then begging for a draw or begging to go to penalty kicks. That's essentially what the United States just did. To me, it remains absolutely inexplicable as to why we called a ceasefire on April 8th. We had our foot on the jugular of the opponent. When you're in a situation like that, you go for the win. You don't actually go for a tie game. Unfortunately, after that 35 to 40 years of overwhelming military dominance, we engage in this back and forth, this diplomacy, including in Pakistan, where the vice president went there and tried to negotiate for essentially 24 hours with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Couldn't get a deal. Why? Because the other side are a bunch of apocalyptic fanatics. Then J.D. Vance almost went a second time. They called it off because we didn't even know who at that point was purporting to represent the regime. And then we got this MOU, and it's just been kind of one plot twist after the other. But when it comes to the actual firepower of the United States military, no, the United States military is the most overwhelming force on earth. They proved it in Epic Fury, and if they wanted to unleash hell again on an enemy at the commander-in-chief's wish, they could absolutely do so at a moment's notice.
Dania, do you agree with that? Seeing as you say, the Gulf states are the ones who have been bearing a lot of the brunt of the US's actions.
Well, I think if Trump saw that he was on the path of winning the war, I think he would have continued it. I think it was. I mean, if you're here in Washington D.C., there's so many wargaming scenarios and assessments of what would happen if the U.S. has attacked Iran. This is not a novel issue that has been discussed in the policymaking community. And I will say the overall assessment was it was too risky, that Iran would conduct asymmetric warfare as it did, and it would disrupt the Strait of Hormuz as it did. And unfortunately, I think that the plan that Trump had, he thought there was going to be some sort of overthrow of the government, didn't work. And I think he thought as time would pass that this war would be more costly to the United States. And what I see now is that he kind of escalates, and when he sees gas or oil prices high, he de-escalates and sees if there's room at the negotiation table to have some more favorable terms. And then perhaps would escalate again. But I think this middle sort of interregnum period of no war, no peace is very problematic for the U.S., for the international community, for the Gulf states. And it just doesn't seem like there has been a real strategy beyond the initial strategy that wasn't successful for the U.S. to achieve its goals.
I just want to bring one thing up.
Please.
Josh talked about Pakistan. I've served as a federal advisor in Pakistan government. So I have firsthand information of who walked away, who's a maniac, who's what. Simply put, with time at this point, because of sensitivity, I will not say anything. But soon enough, the world will come to know who walked away, who abruptly started a press conference while the Iranian side was waiting in the room. They were in two separate rooms. There is so much more. Just using derogatory terms just because you don't like any government, it's just an opinion and that opinion.
I'm sure the world will wait with bated breath, waiting for the guy who says the United States created ISIS to be proven correct when it comes to who walked away over in Pakistan. I'm sure we're all going to find out.
I am sure the world is waiting for a absolutely pro-Israel point of view, where everybody is a terrorist, everybody is a maniac. Everybody is killing Americans. While
the IRGC is formally designated by the United States and the European Union as a terrorist organization. I am not speaking on behalf of anyone other than my own country, from my own perspective, in my personal capacity.
Who gives a hoot what America designated? Who gives a hoot what America designated? You're the judge, you're the jury, you're the executionist? Wow, the arrogance. America designated them. Wow.
So did the European Union.
ICC designated genocidal Netanyahu a genocidal maniac. But when it comes to that, all of you say, no. ICC should be dismantled. Well, the American authorities should be given a wake-up call.
Actually, the ICC just dismantled their own chief prosecutor for sexual harassment, which is neither here nor there. I suppose it shows you something about the endemic corruption in the institution.
Well then, Josh, there has been talks, allegations, suggestions, analysis about who was pulling the strings at the start of this conflict. We've seen Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu meet Donald Trump in the White House for their first sit-down since, in the Oval Office, or in the White House, I should say, since this war began. How much of what happens next in Iran do you think is reliant on how that meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu went?
I think it's actually not going to be particularly determinative, to be honest with you. The Trump-Netanyahu relationship is at an interesting place. I would say I think Trump and Netanyahu at a very personal level actually like each other quite a bit. They've known each other for a very long time. They've known each other for decades. They're actually very similar figures in some ways. They're both nationalists for their own countries, but they've both been persecuted, frankly, relentlessly by their own deep state, by their own prosecutors, by their own courts. So they have a lot of biographical similarities. I think that Donald Trump is clearly frustrated with the situation with Iran and when it comes to the Middle East. I will say, Melinda, that you're alluding to the run-up to February 28th and the Khamenei strike and did Israel kind of pull America's strings, this whole broader conversation. So Bibi was in Florida in late December. He was actually at Mar-a-Lago, I think even on New Year's Eve. The reporting that was contemporaneous at that time from the New York Times and Axios and various other American media outlets was that, if anything, Trump was actually the aggressor in that conversation, that he was the one who was saying, it's go time, let's go ahead and do this. But I will say this also. The one thing that my co-panelists here, my pro-Iran co-panelists, the one thing that he said that I actually agree with, probably the only thing he said that I agree with, is that the Venezuela operation actually, I think, had a major role to play when it came to America's decision to pull the trigger on the Khamenei strike. So the Venezuela operation happened about a week after the Netanyahu-Trump meeting at Mar-a-Lago. And it was just an astonishing success. An astonishing success. Delta Force going in there, seizing Nicolas Maduro, bringing it back here. And I do think that there definitely was some arrogance, some sense that we could do more or less the same thing over in Iran. To me, that was probably the number one precipitating factor when it came to the decision to actually launch this strike to take out Khamenei and the war that followed, along, of course, with the regime's butchering of tens of thousands of their own citizens. But when it comes to the present, fast forwarding to the present, I don't think that the meeting this week between Trump and Netanyahu, frankly, is going to actually have a huge impact on what Donald Trump does from here, in fact it goes.
Okay. Dania, do you agree or disagree?
Agree or disagree that
with regards to the outcome of this meeting between the president and the prime minister, do you think it's going to have a direct impact on what happens next?
I mean, I think whether Netanyahu is in Israel or in the United States, I don't think would change the course of what would happen in this war. I'm sure that's going to be one of their many topics of discussion, but certainly, you know, you have to say that Israel is the U.S.'s #1 ally. And if you listen to, I mean, if you read the National Security Strategy of the United States, the adjective that's used to describe the relationship between the U.S. and Israel is it's an ironclad alliance. So certainly they're going to be discussing the war and areas of mutual interest when it comes to the war. But I think there's many other files that the Americans and the Israelis would discuss.
We're almost out of time, so I want to bring us finally, before we end up, back to a regional and Gulf state focus. And to wrap up our discussion, Mr. Ali Khan, I want to ask you, has Iran miscalculated with regards to the targeting, as we've been talking about earlier, of its neighbours in the Gulf? Did Iran miscalculate with that strategy and has risked becoming further isolated from the broader region?
You see, war is a chaotic situation, and historically, within the time when war is going on, there's always blame thrown on who miscalculated, who was right, who was wrong. It doesn't matter at this time. To me, I think both parties should sit down, come to a conclusion, and both sides should show that they're willing to come to a peace agreement. Just because America is mightier in a military strength, I don't think America should bully anyone. And just because Iran can close down Straits of Hormuz, I don't think I think Iran and Oman should sit together. And as it is in the MOU, they should sit together and come up with a way how to manage it. And please save tens and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of millions of people in this region to live in peace. We can't afford any more war, especially in this region.
Josh, has Iran miscalculated by targeting its Gulf neighbours? And is it now on the path of just complete regional isolation?
Listen, I would love to say that Iran has grossly miscalculated because, again, this is a regime of fanatics and lunatics, and they have lashed out not just at American bases, but at civilian infrastructure all throughout the region. And you know, Dania is correct that Israel took incoming in the first stage of the war, but their incoming fire actually paled in comparison, above all, to the incoming fire taken by the United Arab Emirates, the UAE, which took by far the most incoming missile and drone fire of any country in the region. But frankly, Iran has struck now, 12, 13, 14 different countries. So on the one hand, yes, they absolutely should be isolated on the merits of their many, many terrible deeds. On the other hand, I do worry that because there is a less than clear resolution, I think that's a very polite way of saying it, there's a less than clear resolution to this conflict with the United States, that there's potential for Iran to actually feel a little bit more emboldened. So I don't know what that means actually when it comes to the GCC, when it comes to the Gulf itself. On the one hand, a lot of these countries have taken more incoming fire. On the other hand, maybe these same countries now see Iran as being able to withstand some very mighty blows from what Iran refers to as the big Satan, we here in the United States, and they've been able essentially to live the tale. I'm not really sure, frankly, which way that cuts. I know which way I hope it cuts, but the actual calculus, I think, is a little bit unclear.
Dania, wrap us up and give us your expert Gulf perspective. Was it a miscalculation? Has it changed forever the future trajectory of regional strategic alliances, security assessments? Are we in a different region than we were in February?
As I mentioned earlier on, that this is not only a war between the U.S. And Iran, or Israel, the U.S. and Iran. This war was really targeted towards recreating a new regional order. The Gulf states, they took a very uncomfortable position. They didn't join the war because they didn't want to be left holding the bag for this war that they believe was a U.S.-Israeli war. So they didn't capitulate to what Israel probably would have liked, which was the Gulf states to join the war. At the same time, they haven't agreed to Iran's terms of expelling the U.S. and allowing Iran to have the power dynamics in its favor. So they didn't completely tilt over to an Iranian-led regional order. But what I will say, based on that MOU and the incentives that were offered to Iran, it does appear that the Gulf states are looking at a future that they will have to engage Iran and deal with Iran. And I think from their perspective, an economic integration scenario would be the way to move forward should that MOU or any term similar to that MOU become the roadmap forward. That's still very unclear. We haven't seen the end of this war. And so there's a big question mark when it comes to regional order, who are going to be the decisive actors, and what the Gulf capitals will decide. But they're certainly going to have a vote in the direction of the regional order.
You're right when you say it's still very uncertain. The only certain thing in this conflict at the moment is uncertainty itself. Your diverse perspectives are always so appreciated here on Counterpoints. Dr. Dania Thaifa, Executive Director of the Gulf International Forum. Mir Mohammed Ali Khan, investment banker, author and political commentator. And Josh Hammer, Senior Editor at Large at Newsweek and host of The Josh Hammer Show. To all of you, thanks for being here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to this episode. Keep up to date with our latest Counterpoints debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Sigrid Kaag, co-chair of the United Nations Foundation, former Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands and currently advisor to the Gaza Executive Board. Welcome to Al Arabiya.
Thank you, Talal. Delighted to be here.
After leaving the United Nations, you remain active in international geoeconomics and political affairs through different prestigious engagement. But can you explain to the tens of millions of our viewers in the region and around the world your role in the Gaza Executive Board that advises the Board of Peace presided over by President Donald Trump?
Yes. It's an independent role. It's also unpaid, as it should be, as it serves a purpose to provide, hopefully, the building blocks of peace and security between Israelis and Palestinians. Now, the remit of Security Council Resolution 2803, which established a number of the institutions, including the Gaza Advisory Executive Board, obviously has its limitations. A practical one is, in the entire era and recent developments of recent months, the board has yet to meet, the Gaza Executive Board. So, in earnest, I can't tell you very much. Individual members, including myself, have spoken to one another. We're trying to support and shore up the political, policy and financial support to the National Committee of the Palestinians, which to my mind is the centerpiece from a viewpoint of legitimacy, political credibility, as well as the connect that is essential between Gaza and the West Bank. Ultimately, this is not only about the alleviation of immense human suffering by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, but also about the future of a Palestinian state, alongside a safe and secure Israel. So it remains a lot of work. If you look at the facts on the ground, I think nobody could suggest significant progress has been made. Fortunately, the living hostages and the bodies of the deceased have been returned in the first phase. The negotiations on the disarmament by Hamas, as well as the withdrawal by the IDF. I cannot speak to this in public. I'm not privy to that level of information. But ultimately, civilians in Gaza are kept prisoner time and again in an ever-shrinking physical space. Living conditions are hell on earth, with no prospects of significant change in sight. And this, to my mind, if there's one message to your audience, it's a reminder how and why international humanitarian assistance aid cannot be conditioned or tied to political progress. Individuals, Palestinians in Gaza, have rights: the right to food, the right to proper shelter, to medical care, the right to education.
There are those who argue that since the adoption of Resolution 2803 on the 17th of November 2025, that endorsed, of course, the US-backed comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict and authorize the establishment of the Board of Peace as a transitional administration and to deploy a temporary international stabilization force (ISF) to secure Gaza, to oversee demilitarization and to protect the civilians. They argue that since that date, which is over 7 months ago, no ISF and stabilization force has been formed, no real end to the Gaza conflict, with approximately 1,000 Palestinian civilians killed since adoption of 2803. On the reconstruction, no large-scale structural construction has formally begun in Gaza, and efforts remain heavily focused on planning debris removal and navigating daily immense security and humanitarian challenges. Do you agree with them?
I think it's an accurate description, particularly based on first-hand reports by the United Nations, as well as other credible entities, international and national non-governmental organizations. You can see that the death, the types of injuries, the absence of significant volume that is relevant to people trying to survive, or actually some call themselves already the living dead. This is not something that we could call success. I think the premise of a first step of success was President Trump having imposed a ceasefire with a number of indicators of a plan forward, the 20-point plan, but each detail, and we know that through any complicated diplomatic process, requires negotiations, requires technical details, requires further benchmarks. So far, we got stuck in phase one, between phase one and phase two, I would say, as an international community. I am not involved in the details, as you know. And I would say the serious concern, and rightfully so, is that Palestinians in Gaza risk being forgotten. Since the Israel-United States attack on Iran, Iranian response, and what is now called the Iran war, political attention, economic attention and focus has immediately shifted, rendering Security Council Resolution 2803 and the full implementation of that resolution, rendering it a significantly lesser priority.
Sigrid Kaag, what would you say should happen now to improve the lives of the Gazan people?
Well, it's a response that you can hear from any NGO representative, or I believe a UN official, or most other countries. Massive influx of aid, unconditional, not dependent on whether the negotiations proceed well or less well when it comes to the disarmament by Hamas and the withdrawal by the IDF. The encroachment by the IDF into further shrinking the space Palestinians are permitted to live in, that needs to be altered straight away. And of course, the death toll, it keeps rising. That's one. Second part is early recovery materials need to be allowed in. The amendment of the existing dual-use list risks impacting second and third tertiary negative consequences for all civilians from a health perspective, education, pure survival when it comes to the absence of forms of decent shelter. I could go on and on. The Economist a few weeks ago had a very sad but very telling title. In Gaza, only rats are allowed to roam free. Just picture that for a second, and then you can imagine what it is like to be a Palestinian civilian trying to survive one day more in Gaza without any prospects of serious change, let alone improvement in sight. Last but not least, medical evacuation. Some countries in the region have performed miracles to allow patients in, to have them treated free of charge, to bring their relatives. The list of seriously injured Palestinians in Gaza, I believe, is now around 140,000, but correct me if it is less. It's a serious number. Each one has a name, a life, had hopes, and they need to be treated. We cannot look away.
I'd like to move to Iran, which is a place you visited in February of 2018 as a Dutch foreign minister and met with President Rouhani in Tehran at the time. And you, at the time also you expressed the EU continued commitment to the JCPOA. What is your take on the latest development in the Gulf and on the Switzerland diplomacy, and where and when did we, or diplomacy, failed us in case of this conflict?
Well, I think 2018, and since the withdrawal by the Trump administration, the first Trump administration of the JCPOA, we've seen, of course, a rapidly changed environment. But I think we also have to look at where we are now, or since the terror of 7th of October, the onslaught on Gaza, and the continued suffering, as well as all the reactions, counter-reactions, the military hegemony established by Israel versus an Iran and a regime that is fighting for its survival. All these are aspects to take into account. Where we are now, I believe that we have seen once again that a war without proper strategy and strategic objectives, let alone a political strategy, definitely runs into a serious set of issues. That's one. We've also seen that asymmetry is weaponized, be it geographically or otherwise, by use of proxies. The third part is that there is a return, and by necessity, to diplomacy. from coercive diplomacy to actually proper diplomacy, which means you need to sit down with your adversary. You need to figure out where compromise lies, how it can be legitimate, not only against international law or treaties, but also how it can be legitimate in the eyes of the different populations. So you have a chance to build a path forward.
On Lebanon, you served from 2015-2017 as the UN Special Coordinator for Lebanon, during which, of course, a period of constitutional paralysis. Lebanon's situation, of course, today is different, with the election of a new president, the formation of a new government headed by our previously judge, an ambassador here to the UN, Nawaf Salam, entirely different from the one you experienced. But how do you read the current developments in Lebanon and the way forward?
First of all, I think the government of President Aoun and Prime Minister Nawaf Salam have made a few bold moves in the interest of the country, in the interest of the state, and reinforcing statehood, including the very difficult one, already covered under Security Council Resolution 1701, the need to have the monopoly of state established over all arms and armaments. That, of course, is domestically a tough one, given the fact that regional allies, Iran and Hezbollah, and domestic equations do not necessarily match up, certainly in the last 2 years. And this is a difficult one. So I don't think the question is how to read. The question is more what and how the international community could support and where they need to focus. And you need to be mindful of the complexities and the sensitivities and the history of Lebanon.
I'd like to move to Syria. You know it very well. You led the OPCW United Nations Joint Mission in Syria in 2013 and 2014 with a team of 100 experts that successfully oversaw the removal of Syria's declared chemical weapons under active wartime conditions. That mission, of course, I remember interviewing you on the last day from Cyprus, on the last day of the removal of the last remnants of the chemical weapon, declared chemical weapons from Syria. And of course, we know what happened afterwards. That mission met its stated objectives, but however, Syria subsequently used chemical weapons again against its people. What does that history teaches us about the durability of internationally verified agreements when the political will to enforce them is non-existent?
The mission at the time had stated agreed objectives set between the Russian Federation and the United States of America, confirmed by the Security Council, carried by a treaty, the Chemical Weapons Treaty, and led and implemented by the joint team which I led. So we did what was agreed. If the parties have agreed to leave remnants or to not touch certain areas, that's a second phase. The second part, and it puzzles me a little bit now in the negotiations or the start of talks around Iran and, of course, the importance of its nuclear enriched material, I believe there are good examples, including the Syria mission, whereby the international community, in this case the IAEA, maybe the UN, and a few other actors could team up, provide for the leadership, provide for a verified, monitored implementation plan that ensures whatever is agreed gets acted upon and reported back to the Security Council. That triangle is an extremely important one. Ultimately, yes, political will is always important. Political will to monitor, to call out when violations occur, to have sanctions if need be, and where needed. And. That's a long list, but you can negotiate that.
Sigrid Kaag, we thank you for your time. We thank you for your insights, for this exclusive interview, for sharing with us your thoughts. And we also thank you for your history of service to the Palestinian people and the people of the region. Thank you so much. Thank you.
My duty. Thank you, Tara.
decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. President Trump tells Fox News US-Saudi strikes against Iran-backed militias in Iraq were coordinated with the Iraqi government. Japan's Prime Minister says rescue teams are in a race against time after a powerful earthquake kills at least 13 people. And FIFA President Gianni Infantino faces a backlash from football fans as he floats plans to sell off stakes in major tournaments, including the World Cup. President Donald Trump has told Fox News that US-Saudi strikes against Iran-backed militias in Iraq were coordinated with the Iraqi government, adding that he is considering additional warnings against Iranian proxies. It comes after the Saudi Defense Ministry had said the operation was an act of self-defense against groups linked to attacks on critical energy infrastructure. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Professor and International Relations expert Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, who is in Beirut, and Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kirouz, who's right here in the studio with me. As always, Wissam and Dr. Ellie, great to have you on the show with me this evening. Wissam, let's start with you, because I just mentioned at the beginning about Saudi Arabia, but this is the first time we've seen joint strikes between Saudi Arabia and the US since the Iran war started. How significant is this moment?
It is a very significant moment, and we would easily say it's a game changer within the conflict that has been unfolding for the last few months. Why? First, because there is definitely a certain strategic threshold that has been crossed, and Saudi Arabia, who is the major heavyweight in the world of energy, but also as a regional player, has been opting for appeasement, for de-escalation, for reaching out with Iran in the last few months, and it's not working. Now it has been targeted by militias that are clearly operating under the umbrella of Iran. They have been targeting energy infrastructure. They have been targeting many things in this country, and Saudi Arabia is making a point. But it is a very balanced point where they say we are not taking any more of this intrusion into our sovereignty, but also we are not opting for a full-fledged escalation. And the other important thing that makes it a real game changer is that it is in accordance and in cooperation. It's jointly with the Americans. Why it's so important? Because America has been seen by many here in the region as not drawing a clear red line for Iranians on targeting Saudi Arabia or the Gulf nations. Is it now the point where America is saying, if you target oil in Saudi Arabia, this is a red line? Probably yes, because you have seen a joint statement on this, and probably it's the strongest yet coordinated military work against Iran in this conflict.
And Dr. Ellie, let's bring the conversation to you, because I want to pick up a little bit on the fact that this is now becoming energy warfare. If we look at it, there have now been explosions in Egypt, hitting a US-owned gas storage tanker in part of Dimyat. What do you make of this? Is it the conflict spreading, and is it definitely now Iran focusing on energy infrastructure in the region and widening that out?
Yes, let me continue with where Wissam ended. I think, yes, as you are saying, Leigh Ann, it's a war on energy, but it's also a war on economy in general. The economy of the region all has been under pressure and under tension, but also the world economy altogether. The energy production definitely is a more specific target, but also a lot more than that. Now, the hit, or the retaliation, if I may say, by Saudi Arabia, coordinated with the US, is definitely a game changer, as Wissam was saying, but also is the attacks on Egypt. It is the first time that we see such an attack reaching Egypt. It is still unknown where is the launch, where did the launch happen from. It could be anywhere from all the players that are aligned to Iran, from the PMF, from Iraq, from the Houthis, from Iran itself, but also potentially more worrying, is it from Gaza or from Hezbollah? These will definitely complicate things more. These will not serve Iran and its allies, as all the hits on civilian targets have not helped them at all, neither in the negotiations, nor in making friends, nor in getting this war to an end. On the contrary, we can say that the page has been turned today with two major events, the Saudi retaliation and the expansion into Egypt, bringing Egypt as a main player into this war. And we have to remind ourselves that Egypt is the strongest and the largest army, Arab army in the region. So if they get involved, it will definitely also be a game changer in that sense, politically, but also militarily.
But Egypt has been very reluctant into getting drawn into this conflict. It has been also very reluctant into having a very clear militarily-wise step into this. Egypt is traditionally a defensive country. It's a very big and strong military, but it is not going to, to the conflict. It has been always a classic stance in Egypt. But having said this, let's to continue on what Dr. Ellie was saying. It's definitely expanding. And we can only say that what started as a war against the Iranian regime, a war to support the Iranian people, and the words used by Donald Trump, a war against the proxies and a war against the nuclear program, has been unfolding to become the war that Iran started, which is the energy war, and it's expanding everywhere it has leverage. Bab el-Mandab, Strait of Mandab, Hormuz, and now it's an energy warfare. Having said this, I want to emphasize on something. Clearly, the Americans, at least now, they don't have all the will to go within this war to the end, to make it conclusive, and at the same time they don't have the luxury to stop it. This is why I see it, unfortunately, unfolding into a long-term, low-intensity conflict. That is very bad news for the region.
Yes.
Let me just add 2 quick points on the expansion. Sorry to interrupt. We have to also look at what's happening in Bab el-Mandab as an additional expansion, and the Houthis reactivating their attacks on ships there. But also, before the Saudi current retaliation, we heard unconfirmed reports about an Emirati retaliation, about potentially a Kuwaiti and Bahraini retaliation. So definitely, if the Gulf countries coordinate themselves, led by Saudi Arabia, and actually manage to draw a line, a strong line, saying we will not tolerate anymore any attacks on civilian infrastructure, this will definitely be a game changer in the war. So far, as Wissam said, they have been reluctant to do that. They are still insisting on solving things in diplomacy, but this has not brought any fruits. I do agree also with Wissam on the potential of escalation. I don't think Iran nor the US want to escalate. They prefer to stay in this stalemate, if I may say, or tit for tat. They're both kind of satisfied with it for now. The price that Iran is paying is, of course, much more than the US is paying, but still, we can see the status quo going for a while. The region cannot afford the status quo for long because the region is suffering and the region is paying the price for it. And that's why we are seeing a different approach by the Gulf states, led, of course, by the clear statement today by Saudi Arabia. And it's very important. I do like the fact that the statement mentioned it has been coordinated with the Iraqi government, because we've seen and we all saw the great support that the Iraqi government has got in its efforts to stop any uncontrolled militias that follow Iranians' interests rather than Iraqi interest.
And let's pick up a little bit on that, because the Iraqi Prime Minister was actually meant to be in Saudi Arabia, and that meeting was meant to happen tomorrow. We now know that that's been cancelled.
Yeah.
I mean, there's obvious reasons why, but what more do you think is behind this?
Well, it's definitely a very delicate situation for the Iraqi government, which is, let's not forget, a Shiite government, but also that has been very vocal on supporting the change that has been the catalyst in this region. This change has been overwhelming. I mean, the Iran axis has been broken, literally. They have lost the Iranian regime. Their presence in Lebanon is so much now secluded, and it's under pressure, even by the Lebanese themselves, by the government, who is vocally saying we don't want Hezbollah anymore. And Iraq, which is the biggest country, I mean, Shiite country in the Arab world, or Shiite majority country in the Arab world, who is saying we are not a land to be used by the Iranians anymore, and we need the centralization of power of arms within the hands of the government. Now, Iraq government is in a delicate situation. Let's not forget, after all, their territory has been targeted. So I guess it needs some kind of diplomatic damage control, diplomatic coordination in order to move beyond this point.
And Dr. Ellie, just a final thought with you, just really on diplomacy, if we can, because yesterday, when I was having conversations with people, we seemed to be on this real positive diplomatic track that appeared to be happening. Oman was having talks with Iran on the Strait of Hormuz. They had sent them a proposal. Now we know Iran has rejected that proposal. We've seen escalation with Iran flying ballistic missiles into Jordan, which CENTCOM said was indeed a surprise. And also Saudi Arabia, in their statement, they raised the timing of the attack, saying the militia attacks came while Riyadh was making efforts to de-escalate regional tensions. So I think everyone right now wants to know, is diplomacy still happening, and does it have a way forward? Because Donald Trump was speaking to Fox News earlier, used lots of colourful language and hit Iran hard, the language we can't repeat.
Definitely, as I mentioned, the first and only choice for the countries of the region, for the Gulf countries, for the Arab countries, is to solve this through diplomacy. Even before this war started, this has been their standard position before, during, and after the firing or the hostilities altogether. As for the US and Iran, the main two players, unfortunately, as we have always said on you, I personally have always said with you on the show, I still see that the positions are too far apart. I still see that both parties are not willing to compromise on what they think are crucial points for them, which makes me really not very hopeful that a general comprehensive deal could be achieved. Does this mean that there will be escalation? Not necessarily, because also the two main parties don't want to escalate and prefer to remain at this level of status quo, or at this level of animosity or atrocities between the two, because both of them are concerned for economic, for internal support, for different reasons altogether. I think we will see more of the same, potentially some breakthrough on negotiations on specific files, potentially some ceasefire, but I still don't see the feasibility of a general agreement that would end this crisis.
And if you allow me one last thought on this. I mean, this is a vicious circle. Obviously, the players now in this circle, we need a breakthrough. How will that happen? What could be the breakthrough? Would China do something on this? I mean, I personally think China is the only major world player who is still untouched in this inconclusive war and has major interest with the Gulf countries, major interest with having Strait of Hormuz open, and major interest with Americans, and major interest with the Iranians. So can the Chinese do something, break this vicious circle? Probably we need something, an outsider, something that is new to the table.
But it's quite interesting, just to pick up on that just quickly, because Arabiya English had a really good article today that was worth a good read, and it was about China, and it was about Iran. And Iran to get Chinese shoulder-launched missile systems in weeks, and that's according to sources, which is quite interesting, because that would mean that China is possibly...
It means that things are going in the other direction, not the way we were hoping they were.
Yeah, exactly. So, Dr. Ellie and Wissam, like, we talk about China maybe being an influence, but it looks like, according to this report, China could possibly be selling Iran weapons.
China, I think, operates also sometimes on commercial grounds. It's not always geopolitical, even though everything is well government controlled by the Chinese government. But I wouldn't see why the Chinese are not interested in a conflict resolution. It is their lifeline of energy. Hormuz is so important to them. I see they have every interest in making this stop and not escalate.
If they can see their energy supply continued while keeping the Americans in a quagmire that is costing them so much, that would be ideal for China. So I think they're playing on that kind of measure. But definitely, if their supply of energy is under threat, I agree with Wissam, they will.
And this is why the Iranian bet, after all, is so wrong, because they just lost a very good chance of keeping their regime alive for the next 20, 30 years. The U.S., the American offer, the American deal is so positive for them. And you can only be miscalculating if you are the Iranian regime not to go through this. I think Donald Trump gave them a golden opportunity that they are only reading through their pragmatic and dogmatic lens. And this is why it won't work.
Yeah.
But it's also important to note that yesterday, the US government, when it came to sanctions on countries buying Iranian oil, buying Russian oil due to the war in Ukraine, they're now trying to tariff the countries who are buying more Russian oil, which is China and India. So it's going to be interesting to see how that dynamic works, as now Trump's putting very high tariffs on China buying, shadow shipping Russian oil. So there's a whole lot happening in the background.
And this is why the Iranians need to understand it's about the region. It's not about them.
Yeah.
I mean, if they drag into this too long, they will lose. Everybody will lose. And the world can eventually maybe live without Hormuz, some would say, but not immediately. And how will that happen? We'll see.
Yeah, China's a really interesting piece to bring into it. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. Japan's Prime Minister says rescue crews are in a race against time after a powerful earthquake struck Kumamoto Prefecture, killing at least 13 people. Emergency teams are continuing to search collapsed buildings, including a shopping mall and also a paper factory where several people remain trapped. Authorities have warned the death toll could rise as aftershocks do continue. Dr. Ellie, let's start with you, because aftershocks and a massive explosion took place after this earthquake. What's the current situation right now in Japan and in Kumamoto?
Well, again, as you said, we're still seeing aftershocks, but the point is that these are not only aftershocks. The authorities have warned that it could be a continuation and potentially even an increase in the intensity of the earthquakes that we are seeing, even reaching up to 7 degrees on the scale. So it is not simply the repercussions or the fallout of the main earthquakes. It is a continuation of other things. Definitely the efforts have been ongoing. Definitely we have hundreds of people that are still trapped, and we have thousands that have been evacuated and that are now living in shelters with the support of the government authorities. In all of this, I think the number that we are mentioning, which is 13 people dead, definitely a tragedy for every person that you lose, for his family, for their surroundings. but it's still quite a significant number because it's too little for such a huge mass of earthquakes, for such a continuation of earthquakes. Japan has really learned how to cope with earthquakes and how to possibly minimize the damage to the maximum. I was reading some statistics saying that Japan on its own have more than 20% of the world earthquakes that are 6 degrees or above on the Richter scale. But still, the number of deaths, the number of casualties have been decreasing continuously and have been really, let me say, acceptable between brackets, sorry for the word, but it could have been much, much more. So Japan has a lot to teach the world on how to deal with major earthquakes, but also, again, all of this preparation, all of this infrastructure definitely comes to its limits. And definitely we are seeing a lot of damages, but also casualties, unfortunately.
Yes, and like you do say, Dr. Ellie, when you look at Japan, it's really on the ring of fire, which is something that you can obviously see. There's so many tectonic plates there. But right now, we talk about earthquakes. We know it's a race against time to really find survivors. Meanwhile, thousands of homes always are without power, without water. It's a very difficult situation for those living in Japan.
Well, we are definitely still in what you call, in these cases, the golden window, which is 72 hours after the main earthquake, where you have the highest chances of finding survivors, of making a difference of some of the people who are still, unfortunately, under the rubble. Having said this, Japan, as Ellie said, is one of the most advanced countries in dealing with this. And they have a preparedness that is absolutely overwhelming and mind-blowing. So that it's part of the nature of the day of how things happen in Japan. Earthquakes have been shaping the country, the nature, the society since ever. But even though with such a high pressure on infrastructure and with such high heat now, even such a great country has problems in dealing and keeping the same preparedness. Having said this, and to continue on what Dr. Ellie was saying, the magnitude only means death when you are not prepared. A much weaker earthquake happened a few years in Haiti, and the death toll was unfortunately much, much higher. It was like more than 100,000 people dead. And now you have such a high magnitude earthquake in Japan, and having 13 deaths till now, it could rise a little bit, but it means this country has been prepared for this, this kind of events in a formidable way, and they can only be loaded, and it's really impressive how they deal with this.
Yeah, absolutely, because Dr. Ellie, what Wissam just said there is very true, and you also pointed to that. Obviously, there was that recent twin earthquake that we saw in Venezuela, which has been devastating. Thousands have been dead, and we look at Japan, and we look at the preparedness of Japan. I had some guests on yesterday who were on W News Extra, and both of them had lived in Japan, Dr. Ellie, and they said the people's preparedness is unbelievable. From school age, they taught on how to deal with earthquakes. So people there are extremely well versed.
Very true. It is a culture now. It is part of the education, be it parenting or be it school curriculum. They have continuous training. They have pre-warning systems. They have the infrastructure development, the kind of engineering, the kind of all of the setup is accommodated to deal with such catastrophes, because they're going to continue to happen, because you have no way of containing them. The only way is to be prepared. And to be prepared, as Wissam said, will make the whole difference between life and death for so many people. And the younger you train children, the more information you give them, the more training you give them, the more they are equipped to survive in such circumstances. And again, as I said, Japan has a lot to teach the world about that, about other things also, but definitely about facing earthquakes more specifically.
And if you allow me one last thought, maybe philosophical a little bit, somehow every people on this planet...
Of course, Wissam.
Every people on this planet, they have their own kind of resilience. I mean, the Japanese have been fighting with nature, with earthquakes. Other people have developed resilience against political volatility. Other people have developed resilience against financial problems. Think about Africa, how people can survive and manage to be happy and live regardless. Like people in the Middle East, like in Lebanon, for example, who can turn something of a war into an occasion to keep on living somehow. Because you cannot wait for sustainable equilibrium to start living. This is how life is. And
or how you cope with the absence of electricity, like what just happened.
Oh, did you have a bit of a power surge, Dr. Ellie? We're glad you're back. But,
thank you.
But Wissam, I must admit that's just such a true way to look at life. You know, every country faces its battles, and it's the resilience of the people that keep it going, and that's something quite remarkable.
It's the same resilience, but it's a different game. It's a different register, but the same human spirit that reflects itself, projects itself in many different stories.
Yeah, absolutely.
But let me add to it the component of the political scientist. Wissam is the philosopher, and I am the political scientist. We have to see how governments are equipped and equip themselves and their people to prepare. Eventually, we have a government to take care of our, our problems. And we have seen during this crisis, to go back to the Iran-US crisis, how well the Gulf governments have been prepared and how well they take care of their people and how, how long their vision was in order to prepare for any kind of problems that they might face. So again, electing the right people, choosing the right leaders, and the leaders having the right vision will make a lot of difference for the life and well-being of their people.
Yeah, great points. Thank you so much. I can't add anything to that because they were just both amazing, philosophical and political. Thank you for those. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And football fans have spoken out over FIFA's plans to sell a stake in major tournaments, including future World Cups. FIFA's president Gianni Infantino has written to countries telling them they will receive $40 million if they back the plans, setting a deadline of the 19th of September. Wissam, before we get into this conversation, we have had some news. Gianni Infantino has been talking. I'm going to tell you what he said. FIFA President Gianni Infantino said that the proposed launch of a private subsidiary to the commercial benefits of the World Cup as an opportunity, but not as an obligation. So he's saying it's not an obligation, it's an opportunity for countries. Talk us through the plan and what's being proposed.
Well, let me begin by saying that those statements give us the impression that somehow he's backing off a little bit. But let's remember, we are just getting out of the biggest World Cup in the history of mankind. He even said in front of Donald Trump that the World Cup of US, Canada, and Mexico was the hugest and greatest human event ever made. I mean, he was using the Trump spirit in describing his event. So, Gianni Infantino, who is known to be pushing the monetization of FIFA and of football to the maximum. Let's remember that the last World Cup was the biggest money-making World Cup in history. Nothing has ever made that much money. He is now saying that we can push this even further and make it an even bigger money-making machine by creating this company, a subsidiary of FIFA, which will be controlled 80% by FIFA. And then comes the interesting part, which is that 20% will be sold to private investors. This 20% is something like $10 billion. And it will allow FIFA to make even more money, to invest this money in football and obviously the federations. Let's not forget what is FIFA. FIFA represents the federations of football in all the countries. It's something like 211 members around the world. And most of them are big fans of Gianni Infantino and mostly of getting money of him. And somehow Gianni Infantino is making them believe his plan is the best. He will give $40 million, it's maybe a bribe, abruptly and very bluntly, to federations to accept the plan. Only problem is that the biggest players like UEFA, like CONCACAF, and like some of the European nations like France, they say we don't know nothing about this plan. And the Europeans are not very eager about it. They say it will lose, and it will make the game lose its soul forever.
Yes, exactly, because I was speaking to a former footballer a little bit earlier who we have on the show quite often, and he was sending me his ideas. And in many ways, Wissam and Dr. Ellie, I don't think this is a bad idea if you look at it in a business lens, not in a sports lens. And he said, I don't know, Dr. Ellie, I think the fact of the lack of transparency and a behind closed doors deal with Donald Trump and Gianni Infantino is why so many people are so upset about this.
I mean, I do believe that Trump saw the World Cup firsthand for the first time. He learned about it. He knew how much money it could possibly make, and he wanted the share, as simple as that. And he probably, him or indirectly Jared Kushner or someone, has been involved in developing this bright idea to make sure that they personally make money out of such great events. Now, let me go back to FIFA itself and to remind ourselves how much this history has been haunted with corruption, with bribes, with gambling, with even the former leader of FIFA, Sepp Blatter, and the people around him. It has been so problematic. There's so much money in that organization that could invite so much abuse. The problem is that now we're kind of creating a legal framework to make sure that the people will make money out of the FIFA in a legal way. And it's no longer a problem. It's now a good idea. This is what I think is problematic. This World Cup definitely has been the largest, the greatest as per Trump and Infantino, but it also has been the most problematic in terms of new rules, in terms of problems, in terms of claims of corruption, in terms of claims of, fixing the games, in terms of unhappy teams that came out of the FIFA World Cup thinking they have been treated unfairly. And definitely we have discussed before on this show the issue of the breaks, the issue of the commercials, the issue of turning the whole FIFA World Cup into a show rather than focusing on the game, on the integrity of the game, on the fairness of the game. Going in that same direction will simply increase that same trend and will give less and less focus on the game itself, and will create more opportunities for corruption, for illegal gambling, for beneficiaries here and there making money out of it, and the game will pay the price, definitely.
Just one quick thought from you, Wissam. I think, in many respects, I know this is a business deal, and it's probably going to upset many people, but sport needs to reinvent itself, and sport in many respects has now become a business. Most sports have, because the sports stars get huge endorsement deals, they get big rights to have their games on TV. Sport has become a massive business, and we look at the likes of cricket as being the most successful in reinventing itself. For years and years we had Test cricket that took days, and many people didn't watch it. They weren't attracting young people to the sport. Then we got T20 cricket, and cricket's now one of the most watched sports, and everyone goes to T20. It's one day, it's 20 overs, it's super fun. And I just think, why shouldn't sport now admit it's a business and say we're reinventing ourselves?
Well, we have to admit it's a business after all. Transmission, broadcasting right is a business.
Yeah.
Shakira singing is a business. Sportswear is a business.
Yeah.
And how much money the players get is a business. So in a way, I mean, we could argue that this will kill the soul of football. But we could also argue, that this will turn eventually football into something like WEF, the wrestling, the free wrestling, where everything is, not real and everything is staged.
Oh, Wissam.
Or even, you could also argue that this is gonna make football greater than ever, maybe. And let's not forget, we live in this era where human attention is getting shorter and shorter. Everything is in need to be reinvented. And one last thought, because we are on TV, I mean, sports and live sports are the lifeline of broadcast in the world. You know, people, this is a thing that will never be streamed. Never will be streamed because people all go to TV to watch a game.
I couldn't agree with you more. And also, I must say that you brought something up in the meeting before, philosophical, but the World Cup brings everyone together. We can't deny that. You know, once again, lots of fans watch the World Cup, and sport is a very uniting moment in the world. So there's two ways to look at it. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that.
Do you have, there is something called the post-World Cup depression. It's not a depression or post...
So I must admit something. We covered it a lot on the show, and I love sport, but for some reason, I'm not a football fan. I felt sad when Wimbledon ended.
Oh, okay.
I feel sad when, you know, I feel sad when the big summer sports end, definitely. But I did feel a bit sad this year when the World Cup ended because I felt like I did it every day on the show. And then I thought, what am I going to talk about now?
But even the players are living this post-World Cup depression. You know, Mbappe, since he lost and he was supposed to win, he went and made his relationship with his girlfriend official. And now we are hearing that Ronaldo might finally get officially married with Georgina, also after his final defeat of what was supposed to be his grand finale of his great career in the world football.
Well, finally the wives are getting a look in, not just the football. I don't know what you think, Dr. Ellie. Finally the girlfriends are becoming wives. Yeah. They've committed too much time to the football. But yeah. I mean, I do miss football in a way. Hard to admit, but it's very true. But thank you so much. I just wanted to bring you some breaking news we're getting in right now. A US source familiar with the retaliatory strikes against Iran-backed militias in Iraq has told Al Arabiya English that around 20 Iranians were killed in those attacks. Dr. Ellie Ann Gerrans, if I could just get your reaction to that news. Dr. Ellie, what do you think?
I mean, this is a number we've heard so far. It looks like it's been confirmed. It's not the size of the death toll because, again, as Wissam mentioned about the Iranian regime, these are people who work based on ideology, based on some principles, and not based on logic or based on the interest of the people, unfortunately. So the death toll does not mean a lot. I sure hope that this will not derail the very positive relation between Iraq and Saudi Arabia that has been growing steadily and seems to be also heading in the right direction with this new prime minister in Iraq.
I would say that the major problem is that Americans and Iranians, they have a different interpretation of the data. And this will continue till both sides have similar or at least close understanding of the status quo. They both understand where we are in a very different way. And somehow it will continue till they have a shared image of the real data.
Thank you so much for your reaction to that breaking news. Now it's that time of the show where Dr. Ellie and Wissam have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Wissam, your story is absolutely fabulous. Let's talk about the rebel grandma who faces being kicked out of her retirement home because she's been partying too much.
Indeed. Let me just start by actually reading you some sentences of the warning letter that she got, okay? So we are reaching out because there has been many noise complaints from your room. Parties are not allowed and you cannot serve alcohol to other residents. This is a safety concern. And then it goes on to say, this is a formal warning. A new incident will cause you, to be possibly evacuated from the thing. This is the kind of letter that I can imagine a teenager receiving from their student dorms or something like that. But we are talking about Leigh Ann Gerrans in Connecticut, the US. And she is 96 years old, and she has been a TikTok sensation. She has millions of followers, and she has been, as you can see in the videos, doing some funny things that have attracted a good audience. But unfortunately, this has come at the expense of the rules and regulation of the nursing home where she has been living, to the extent that the nursing home had to issue a formal warning to stop parties before 1 a.m. In another sentence, it says, people have been seen leaving your room at 1 a.m. and this is not acceptable as per the rules of the nursing home. So definitely a very funny story, definitely a very fun person to be doing all of that. But again, where do we draw the limit of what TikTok can make us do?
I don't know, Wissam, because I mean, I love the fact that she's an influencer. I love the fact she's 96. Yeah, and also, apparently, she has a rep. So she's got representative for her influencer page.
I mean,
so she's a big deal.
God bless her. She is what an old person should be. She is a real influencer. And I want to recall a sentence from one of my favorite songs of Jacques Brel, the Belgian French-speaking song, the singer who say, "May we all become old without becoming adults." So she is old, definitely, but she still has this spirit. So God bless her. And I have a story about another grandpa who is completely unconventional.
Tell us about
Before we get there, Wissam, it seems, just to dig about, the dirt about the story or what happens about the story, I did find out that it is potentially her grandson, Kevin, who's been making the money of her and who's been...
You ruined the story, Dr.
To produce the videos, practically. So, again, I hope it is not a case of seniors abuse, and I hope we all become as fun when we are 96.
Maybe Kevin wants a bit of inheritance. Maybe that's what he's looking to.
A double inheritance.
Yeah.
He's already making money.
Monopolizing from his poor old grandmother, who's trying to just have a disco at the age of 96. I mean, old age homes need a little bit of spice and a bit of life. So, Lillian's doing her best. Respect to her. I hope that one day I have a Lillian in my old age home.
Oh, you will. You will.
I'm sure you will.
And Wissam, let's talk about another unconventional grandfather. But it's a grandfather that we've all grown to talk about a lot. We feel like he's the world's grandfather, Donald Trump.
He's the grandpa of the world, apparently, and he's so unconventional, even in funerals. And this week, Donald Trump has created yet another of his most iconic moments ever created. It was the funeral of a prominent Republican, Senator Lindsey Graham, and he was handing a mint to J.D. Vance and to other people around him. He did it so naturally, and he created a lot of other iconic moments. But to comment on this very moment, let's not forget that he's replicating a very similar moment that happened 8 years ago at the funeral of John McCain, when George Bush Jr. handed the mints to Michelle Obama and to other people next to him. So it's a moment, it's a déjà vu, it's something that has been seen in a political funeral in America. But it's not the only iconic moment that Trump created. When he went and said his speech, he came back and he tapped on the casket of Lindsey Graham, like to say, I'm still here, and maybe you are not here, or maybe saying that you were, after all, a friend. And another moment was the speech itself, in which he did not hold his words, and making everyone remember that he was a real foe and how nasty they were to each other, which is completely unconventional and unheard for in funerals. What he said exactly, that 10 years ago we were competing for the Republican nomination, and I was nasty to you, and I apologize for that, and I gave everyone in America your phone number, and everyone was texting you to the point that maybe your phone didn't work again. But your revenge was that you kept on calling me every day for the next 10 years, and we became friends. So that was funny, but completely unconventional from Grandpa Donald Trump.
But Ellie, let's pick up on this, because we talk about Donald Trump being unconventional, but Donald Trump is just himself. He's always unconventional.
Exactly.
I mean, in every situation, we see him in the Oval Office, we see him giving these big speeches. He doesn't use an auto cue. He just goes off on a tangent. His makeup is unconventional. Let's just all be honest. He's not a conventional man.
He's unconventional, he's unfiltered, he's out of the establishment, he's out of the box. He's simply Trump. And
he's
he
not
keeps
politically
making,
correct.
He's not politically correct. So, but I think what Wissam said reminded me of something. You know, we've had a lot of discussion in the US whether Trump can get away with more than other presidents got away with. Actually, I see it also the other way around, because many of the things that are considered as, you know, blasphemous to be done by Trump, former presidents have done them also before and have attracted less attention. He is simply a center of attention. He is simply unconventional in anything that he does, and he is simply very polarizing in whatever he does. Plus, or in favor and against him, both are very, heartfelt feelings that have polarized the US politics for the past 10 years.
And we have discussed earlier in the show, what is Donald Trump at his core? Is he the politics man? Is he the businessman? Is he the deals man? And after all, we all agree he is the entertainment man, the showman. Whether it's a funeral or Miss World, it's the same for him. It's Donald Trump, and this is the way he does it. He is in search of a grand finale, of a show. And even he does this when it comes to geopolitics as well. He is in search of the, how things looks and
the legacy. Yes.
The legacy, yeah.
Donald Trump definitely knows how to be the center of attention. I think he is the man who is arguably probably the most famous person on earth right now. Everyone knows who Donald Trump is. Definitely. Everyone copies the style for Halloween. They do the dances. Donald Trump knows exactly what he's doing. And it's always a Donald Trump show, but it wasn't tonight. It was our show. Thank you for being on it. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Once again, thanks to our guest, Professor and International Relations expert, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, joining us from Beirut, and Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kiruz right here in the studio with me. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on XGNT. That's coming up next. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Melinda Nucifora. Coming up, as the wars in Iran and Ukraine drag on, Donald Trump says he doesn't need Benjamin Netanyahu, or Bibi, for intelligence on Pickaxe Mountain. A pointed remark that's fueling questions about his relationship with one of Washington's closest allies. Tonight, we'll unpack what's really behind the rhetoric, and we'll also be looking at the Trump-Zelensky meeting and what it could mean for Ukraine's air defences. Plus, Saudi Arabia's joint overnight strikes with the United States on Iran-backed militia targets in Iraq, with Riyadh insisting it doesn't seek escalation but will respond to any aggression. We'll bring you the latest developments and analysis, all of that coming up in this edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. Yesterday was a busy day for US President Donald Trump, who held separate meetings with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. For Donald Trump and Netanyahu, it was their first face-to-face meeting since the Iran war began 5 months ago. The closed-door talks lasted nearly 90 minutes and were described as positive, with Netanyahu calling them excellent. But behind the public display of unity, there were signs of tension. Ahead of the meeting, Trump made some pointed remarks saying, and we quote, "I don't need Bibi for intelligence on Pickaxe Mountain," criticising Netanyahu for speaking publicly about activity at the Iranian nuclear site. So, where does the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu stand? For more on this, I'm joined by Itamar Rabinovich, former Israeli ambassador to the US, joining us from Tel Aviv. Ambassador, thanks for your time on the programme.
Thank you.
President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu described their 90-minute Oval Office meeting as highly productive. How significant was it, after weeks of reported tensions between the two leaders, that they both had quite glowing remarks about their meeting?
I think they both found a way of controlling the tension. The tension is there. It is a result of their decision to go together to a war that has not been successful. They also have different views of the way to proceed from this point on, but they both understand that they cannot keep airing the differences, that they have to control the differences. President Trump sent a couple of pieces of advice to Prime Minister Netanyahu through an interview to Fox News, setting limits on the meetings. Netanyahu obliged. It was a private meeting. There was no face-to-face, group-to-group, no media, no photo op. It was all very controlled to send a message from Trump's point of view that, yes, he was having still a good working relationship with Netanyahu. Both countries were cooperating on a number of issues in the Middle East, particularly with regard to Iran, but Netanyahu is not being drawn by Netanyahu. Trump is not being drawn by Netanyahu. Trump is an independent actor. He is the senior partner in this relationship, and Netanyahu must listen to him and cannot even try to drag him into matters or issues that the United States does not want to be in.
Interesting, actually. There's a couple of points there that you make that I want to pick up on. Firstly, that interview with Fox News that he gave shortly before their meeting. He said he didn't need Prime Minister Netanyahu telling him how to handle Iran. So you don't think that that was just general President Trump posturing? Do you think that he was trying to send quite a clear message to the Prime Minister?
Yeah, it goes back to two different points. One was the unsuccessful result of the war. And second was the New York Times report a few weeks ago describing how Netanyahu and the head of the Israeli Mossad dragged Trump into an adventure against the advice of some of his advisors. Trump was very much insulted by this, and he's made a point of demonstrating in a number of ways that in this relationship, he's the boss, he's calling the shots, Netanyahu has to listen to him and to oblige him. And the preparation for yesterday's meeting was one of these steps. Actually, if you look at it closely, it's quite insulting to, on the eve or a couple of hours before the meeting, to receive that kind of message via Fox News is not the most pleasant situation for the Prime Minister of the country.
The other aspect that I wanted to pick up on is that issue you raised that no press were present in the room, not even for those typical handshake shots and those welcome comments. It seems highly unusual for two leaders who aren't particularly media shy. Do you... I thought that perhaps President Trump may have wanted to come out and publicly, you know, show his force there. Why do you think he wanted to do it behind closed doors?
I think there was a lot of business to be done together, and that was done during a meeting that took an hour and 20 minutes on a very busy day, a meeting with Zelensky, the memorial for Senator Graham. There was a busy day, but the meeting did take place, and there was a substantive discussion for an hour and 20 minutes on a range of issues. All of that was done. But, you know, if you bring the media in, and some of them may ask embarrassing questions and may get embarrassing answers, I think Trump wanted to be fully in control of this meeting and its perception.
Both leaders say that after this meeting that they remain united to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. But do they also agree on how to achieve that objective? America says it's still exploring diplomacy, whereas Israel has said in the past it doesn't really see that as a viable path.
I think Israel is much more committed, or Netanyahu and Israel, for that matter, much more committed to this issue. After all, we live near Iran, and we are the potential victims of such a device or the repercussions of Iran having such a device. The United States is safely behind an ocean, and therefore there is a greater Israeli commitment to this issue, and I think that Netanyahu would like to see a much more assertive action than the one that Trump is willing to take. And let's remember, at the background of it all is Trump's desire to end this war and to go back to business, to deal principally with the congressional elections of November, which are very important to him. And the shadow of this war and crisis is hanging over this. He would like to be out. I would say he is so eager to be out that the Iranians, who, originally are the people who invented the bazaar, know how to take advantage of it. And they keep pushing the buck all the time, taking advantage of Trump's eagerness and his inability to devise a way that would bring them to seriously to the negotiating table. Let me also add that their proxy in Lebanon, Hezbollah, became active again during the past 2 days. There's also been an interesting American-Saudi attack on pro-Iranian militias in Iraq. The fact that the Saudis, who've been a bit ambivalent about dealing with Iran, took action together with the United States, military action, is also interesting in its own right.
Do you think then Israel is perhaps concerned that President Trump wants to get out of this so quickly that the US may try and wrap this up before Israel feels confident that its security goals have been achieved?
I think so. I think that if you look at it from Israel's point of view, the Hormuz Straits are of prime concern to the United States. The nuclear issues seems to be secondary in that regard. Let's remember also that Iran is determined to create a linkage between the Straits of Hormuz and Lebanon. There is an Israeli-Lebanese, with the Lebanese regime negotiation. Israel is withdrawing from some of its strongholds in Lebanon, and the committee, according to the American-Iranian armistice agreement that needs to monitor this, includes, lo and behold, Iran. Iran is the promoter of Hezbollah, and it's also given the task of supervising the Israeli compliance with the armistice agreement. Quite ironic.
Iran continues to insist, though, that it will not surrender its nuclear ambitions. So what realistic options remain for the United States and Israel? What do you think their next step should be if both sides want this wrapped up successfully?
It doesn't have to be military action. There are two sieges in the Hormuz Straits. There is the Iranian siege and the American siege beyond it. I mean, if the United States has the patience for 3 or 4 months of a siege, the Iranian economy and the Iranian regime might collapse. If they collapse, the nuclear issue would be off the table.
Do you really think that the regime will collapse, though? They have endured so much pressure up to this point.
First of all, I can't make a prediction in that regard. I don't know, and nobody knows. But I think that there is a point at which every regime comes to a red line that it cannot cross. And if the economy continues to deteriorate, people continue to suffer economically and otherwise, there may be a point at which this regime would collapse. It could happen.
While there has been so much focus on Iran, Israel has continued its military operations in Gaza. Reports say that at least one Palestinian was killed, more than a dozen were wounded, and that a mosque and tents sheltering displaced civilians were destroyed. Has Israel breached the October ceasefire?
No, because Hamas breaches the October ceasefire, and no one seems to be taking them to task for it. Unfortunately, there's too much unfinished business in the Middle East. Iran is an unfinished business, Gaza is unfinished, Lebanon is unfinished. Three fronts where we don't have a finished business, and it's in everybody's interest in the international orders business that these issues be settled and we go back to normal business.
Do you think that there was a mistake made then in so much attention being turned from the US, from Israel, from the international community to Iran, that has left those other three fronts, as you say, almost unattended?
I think not. I think Iran represents a major threat. It's a country of 90 million people with a strong military and highly developed elite scientific military industrial capability. They can project. They demonstrated to all and sundry that they don't hesitate to fire rockets and other destructive weapons at their Arab neighbors across the Gulf. Almost all six members of the GCC have been victims of that. Closing the Straits of Hormuz or closing the Bab el-Mandeb, which is now threatened or announced by the Houthis, are major infractions of international law because these are international waterways. Who is going to enforce the international law? Only one country could do it. He tried to do it. So far, it has not been successful. So I think it's a lingering problem for the larger international community for global order.
There are also continuing reports of escalating settler violence in the occupied West Bank. The UN has condemned recent attacks, saying that it violates international law. Do you think that there is a risk of the violence spiralling there? And has the Israeli government done enough to de-escalate the violence?
No, I think it's reprehensible, it's dangerous, it should be stopped. You know, we have our own election on October 27. The government will run against the opposition. A lot is at stake. If the opposition bloc wins the election, there will be a change in Israeli policy in the West Bank.
Do you think that it's heading in that direction? I mean, how do you think the election's going to play out then?
Well, again, nobody knows. That's that's why an election is an election. We don't know, but the polls indicate that the government might be or is likely to be defeated. There's now a leading figure in the opposition, Gadi Eisenkot, who for the first time receives not just more potential deputies in the parliament, but also in terms of personal rating vis-a-vis Netanyahu. For the first time, an opposition leader comes ahead of Netanyahu in terms of the Israeli public's preference. So it's a very likely possibility that this would happen. If it happens, it would be a major change in domestic Israeli politics and also in terms of regional politics, because if that happens, we will see an Israeli government that puts a greater emphasis on diplomacy rather than on military action.
Well, I guess that takes me to my final question, because the current Israeli government continues to face international condemnation over its actions in Gaza and the West Bank. Is Israel risking its diplomatic position at a time when it is seeking to maintain such strong international backing?
I think it is. I should fairly say I'm a critic of the current Israeli government, and I think it has inflicted heavy damage to our international diplomatic position, our position in world public opinion. And that, of course, from my point of view, is very unfortunate.
It's been really interesting having your comments there. Itamar Rabinovich, former Israeli ambassador to the US, thank you for joining us on Global News today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
And now to the Gulf. Saudi Arabia's armed forces have carried out targeted overnight strikes against Iran-backed militia targets in Iraq in coordination with US Central Command. Riyadh says the action was in response to recent drone attacks from Iraq targeting Saudi oil facilities. In an official statement from the Ministry of Defence, Saudi Arabia emphasised that it does not seek escalation, but said it will respond to any aggression against the kingdom. For further analysis, I'm joined by Mick Mulroy, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for the Middle East under President Trump, joining me from Montana. Mick, thank you so much for your time and your expertise. This operation was carried out jointly with US Central Command. Give us, first of all, a broad overview on just how significant this level of military cooperation between Saudi Arabia and the United States is.
So, Melinda, of course, this was precipitated by the attack on the U.S. base in Jordan by the IRGC right in the middle of what both sides thought, or at least the United States thought, was a pause. So it shows that the Iranians aren't really interested in that pause and feel that they're in a position where they can reinitiate the conflict without any real consequences. So I think that is the start of this. And yes, it is significant that the Saudis and the U.S. are working together to strike these PMFs, the Popular Mobilization Front, in Iraq together. It shows that there's going to be a growing coalition, not just of political allies, but military allies in this conflict. The Houthis, of course, the proxy of Iran, have been attacking Saudi energy infrastructure and Saudi oil transport. So they are in this war whether they like to or not, and so are many other Gulf allies. So this could be a big strategic mistake on the side of Iran. The president of the United States is making very clear, pretty extreme comments this morning on the need to restart a massive military operation against Iran.
Do you think it could be the start of things to come then in that case?
Yes, and that's why I was referencing the president's comments this morning. President Trump was saying emphatically that this is going to be addressed in extreme language, which I think was purposeful to tell the Iranians that they should have gone with the pause. There's also a question of whether the people that are doing the negotiations, the foreign minister, for example, were even aware that the IRGC were going to launch this attack because it's clearly not what the negotiators thought was going to happen. They were trying to get both sides back into discussions, and that is not going to happen now based on this surprise attack against U.S. forces.
Well, I mean, the US, yes, has been pushing diplomacy, but we have also repeatedly heard Saudi officials saying that they have been working to reduce regional tensions even long before these attacks, and stress that it has never sought escalation. But the Saudi government has also said it has the right to defend its sovereignty. So what message do you think this sends to groups that continue to target the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
So I think it sends the message that proxy forces are going to be considered Iranian. So whether the Houthis came out before they started these attacks and basically swore allegiance to the new supreme leader, saying they'd follow his instructions. Then they started attacking Saudi oil transport ships, and then the Iranians started saying, well, it's not us. Well, I think what the Gulf countries are going to start saying emphatically by action, not just words, is yes, it is. So the Saudis did try somewhat of a détente, if you will, before this war started with Iran. I think that's clearly over, and it's the Iranians that made it over. So these countries are going to start shifting from trying to be the negotiators to end this conflict to being active combatants in this conflict because they have no choice. They're being attacked, whether it's Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia. This could build a giant military coalition, and of course, in addition to Israel, to go against Iran. Whether that will have the effect they hope, we'll have to see. But the United States has certainly flown enough new military assets into the region that they could carry out this attack that the president's been talking about.
Civilian infrastructure across the region has been repeatedly targeted during the Iran war, not just in Saudi Arabia, but across the Gulf. So how important is it that countries across the entire Gulf region can demonstrate that they can project military power beyond their borders when it's their critical infrastructure that's threatened?
Couple parts to this. So I think Iran's trying to send a message. Most of the Gulf countries rely heavily, for example, on the desalination process for water. So Kuwait, for example, about 90% of its water comes from this. In Iran, only about 3% of the water comes from desalination. So striking those facilities is sending a message, because it could have a humanitarian catastrophe for the consequences if they were successful in hitting most of these plants across the region. But the other part of this is rarely do you win by just defense. And right now, a lot of the Gulf countries have been trying to defend themselves, and that's it. And we're running out of course, defensive interceptors, which is one of the reasons why they believe this massive increase in military operations did not happen. At least that's been reported in the media. So the question is going to be, are you just going to sit back and try to defend yourself against a considerable missile and drone barrage, or are you eventually going to take the fight to the enemy? And I think that's where many Gulf countries are headed.
Do you think that these strikes could change calculations for some of these Iranian-backed groups operating, whether it's in Iraq, across the wider region? Is this a wake-up call?
I think it's intended to be a wake-up call. Of course, we've seen a lot of these groups get significantly degraded. Hezbollah, for example, Hamas, for example. The Houthis, of course, are pretty resilient because that's where it really comes to these mountainous regions and the difficulty in taking the fight to them. But if the concentration begins in earnest, it can degrade their ability to strike these ships in the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb, and also their ability to get resupplied by the Iranians. So that's going to take an international coalition, a military coalition, certainly a naval coalition, but also a political and economic coalition to do everything they can to reduce the Iran's regime's ability to fund itself. They came out this week and said that they sold $18 billion worth of oil. If that's accurate, that's unacceptable. That needs to change. We need to ensure collectively, the international community, that does not continue. And not just because countries agree with the United States. They can disagree with the United States starting this war. But this closing of the Strait of Hormuz and potentially the Bab el-Mandeb is going to affect every country around the world substantially. And the leaders of those countries are responsible for the people in those countries. So hopefully that will inspire them to join this coalition, even if it's not militarily, but politically and economically, to further isolate them by sanctions, secondary sanctions, seizing assets of the IRGC, commercial assets that are global. That is what's going to affect the calculations of the Iranian regime more so than military strikes. There's a part for military strikes, but ultimately it comes down to their ability to fund themselves, and that's primarily political and economic.
In a broader sense, away from perhaps this particular operation, what does the cooperation say about the current strength of the US-Saudi strategic partnership overall under President Trump?
So it's always been strong, and it's been strong for decades and decades. But I think this shows an increasing willingness to be directly aligned when it comes to Iran. There was some hesitation, for good reason, by most of the Gulf allies when this started, because they knew the consequences would be bared by them, and it has been. But now I think it's clear that they see the way out of this is not going to be through a negotiated settlement and conceding to everything that Iran demands. It's going to be a combination of those, and part of that is military. And they certainly have the capacity, and I think now we're going to see more of it, not just from Saudi Arabia, but potentially from many other countries in the Gulf.
Do you think that looking ahead, we could see that sort of additional cooperation extend to protecting shipping lanes as that's become such an issue, energy infrastructure and maybe even broader regional stability?
Yes, I think those are exactly the areas, Melinda, where this is going to be very important because that is what is at risk right now. We've seen naval coalitions in the past whose sole purpose was to ensure the clear operation of maritime international waterways. And I think we're going to see a more robust version of that coming online very soon. I certainly would hope that's the case. Because again, this isn't about whether you agree with the U.S. starting this war with Iran. This is about the free flow of commerce around the world, which affects every country, especially the countries in this region. So it is in their own interest to join there and send a clear message to Iran that they're not going to be able to dictate terms to the region about how the region is going to be run.
Following the meeting between the Iraqi Prime Minister and the US President that we saw earlier this month, there was a lot of optimism that Iraq could be turning a page. Do you think that that optimism has now been dashed?
I don't. I think the government in Iraq would like to have complete control of all the entities, particularly armed forces, in Iraq. And I think that's also the case in Lebanon. The problem is they don't. And that's because of Iran. They send IRGC officers to bed with them, all these groups around the region that cause all the instability. So I think it was a very positive step for the meeting in the White House between the senior leaders of the U.S. and Iraq to discuss the way forward, but it's not going to happen overnight. And it's not all within the government in Baghdad's capabilities, quite frankly, to do. They don't want to see a massive civil war anymore. They want to see a massive civil war in Lebanon. But it's going to be a concerted effort to push back against the head of this state, which is in Tehran. They operate this way, thinking that they are going to be exempt from the consequences. They simply pointed, there wasn't us, it was them. That needs to change. Anything that these proxy forces do should be considered done by the powers that be in Tehran.
So will this joint strike then have a lasting impact on Iraq's diplomatic relationship with Saudi Arabia in that case?
I wouldn't think so. I imagine they are talking to them directly, basically stating that we understand that this wasn't supported by the government of Iraq. Because before this, there was also multiple drone waves launched by these militias toward U.S. military bases. So they have been involved heavily in this. We talked about the strike by the IRGC on the places in Jordan, but this has also been a near constant attack by these proxy groups, these militias, against U.S. installations. So I think that they'll probably discuss this directly, but this is going to continue because the Saudis have no real option. They were pulled into this by Iran. It wasn't their choice, but they have really no choice but to respond militarily. And I think more countries are going to come online with that concept and be very overtly involved in this war if it continues.
Mick Mulroy, thank you so much for your analysis. We appreciate you here on Global News Today.
Great to be with you.
We've heard the latest on the Trump and Netanyahu meeting. Now, what happened when he met with Ukraine's president? Volodymyr Zelensky described it as a good meeting, while President Trump said it was an honour to sit down with the Ukrainian leader. One of the main takeaways was a US promise to allow Ukraine to produce interceptors for Patriot air defence systems, along with other defence projects, something Zelensky expressed his gratitude for. The move comes as Ukraine faces a growing air defence challenge. Russia has stepped up missile and drone attacks, hitting cities, infrastructure and military targets. Kyiv says more Patriot interceptors are urgently needed to strengthen its ability to defend its skies. I'm joined now by William Taylor, former United States chargé d'affaires to Ukraine under President Trump and former US ambassador under Presidents Bush and Obama, joining us from Washington, D.C. Ambassador, thank you so much for your time.
Melinda, thank you for having me.
President Zelensky and the President Trump meeting went much better than what we had seen on that very first one back in February of last year. Before we get into specifics, give me your overall perception of the meeting.
You're right, Linda. It was a very good meeting. And it turns out over the last 2 months, President Zelensky and President Trump have met one way or the other 5 times, 3 times in person. So this is a continuation, a recent continuation of these good relations, good vibes, good working relationship between President Trump and President Zelensky.
Why do you think we're seeing that shift?
I think it's very clear. The Ukrainians are doing well on the battlefield. They are winning on the battlefield. President Trump and many people around the world, but President Trump in particular, likes to back a winner. And President Zelensky now represents a country that is winning on the battlefield, is winning deep strike. It has the Russians on the back foot. Putin is looking vulnerable and like a loser. And so I think that explains the change.
President Zelensky says that President Trump has agreed to grant Ukraine licenses to produce Patriot interceptor missiles. If implemented, how significant would that decision be for Ukraine's war effort?
Incredibly significant. And the faster it happens, the better. The Russians every day and every night are lobbing ballistic missiles into Kyiv, into other cities around Ukraine, which is doing grave damage. And the shortage of Patriot missiles means that Ukrainians can't defend themselves very well against these missiles. So these Patriots would help. Patriots right now would help. But the Ukrainians do want to be able to manufacture them themselves. They're not waiting for these Patriots to arrive. They are working on their own version of Patriots, but it's a crucially important element of their defense.
They have really managed to scale up their own sort of production, but I mean, even if they're given the go-ahead, this isn't a quick fix. You said faster is better, but this is still going to take time, isn't it? Winter is coming.
It is going to take time, and that's why they're working on their own. They're working with Europeans on another version of a Patriot missile, of an anti-ballistic missile interceptor, because they need them. They need them right now. If they can get some of the technology from the Patriots, great. They can incorporate that into their own. But they're working very hard, and they've demonstrated that they can do things more quickly than the Americans can.
We also heard, we haven't had confirmation from the White House, but there was a suggestion from the Ukrainian team that they're offering to also share some of that sort of quicker, more nimble equipment and manufacturing ability that they've been able to demonstrate with their American counterparts. That's an interesting flip, isn't it?
It's a very interesting flip. And the Ukrainians have offered that and indeed are providing that to U.S. allies in the Gulf, which, of course, are fighting off, trying to defend themselves against Iranian drones. The Ukrainians know how to deal with those because the Iranians gave those weapons, gave those drones to Russia, and Russia has given them back to Iran, and Iran is now using them against U.S. allies. The Ukrainians are helping our allies defend themselves. And the U.S. government is working with the Ukrainian government to share that technology as well.
How difficult is it going to be, though, for Ukraine to scale up that kind of production during wartime? I mean, if it begins producing these sorts of Patriot missiles domestically, won't that just become Russia's latest target?
Of course it will, and the Ukrainians know that. So they will manufacture these probably underground. Some of them, Melinda, will probably be manufactured in other countries, maybe in Germany. Maybe in Poland. But the Ukrainians know what to expect from the Russians. They will take measures to ensure that they can continue the manufacture.
Would allowing Ukraine to manufacture Patriot missiles represent one of the biggest shifts yet in US military support for Ukraine?
It would be a big shift. And again, this comes in the wake of, with the recognition of the Ukrainian success. Now President Trump wants to reinforce that success. He wants to put pressure on Putin to come to the table to negotiate. So this is a big shift and an important one for the Ukrainians.
We haven't had confirmation, though, from the United States on a lot of what has been said, because a lot of it was said behind closed doors, as all the important information is. But even those initial handshakes and smiles and welcoming comments, we didn't see that play out in front of the media this time like we have before. Does that say anything to you?
Not really. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu was also in, and they really didn't want the press in on that. So these two meetings back to back were very similar format. No, I think what you heard from both sides after the meeting, Zelensky and Trump, it was a very good meeting, very productive, and you saw what the Senate did, passing that sanctions bill after those discussions. So this is a very constructive, very positive meeting between the two.
You take me directly to my next question about those sanctions on Russian oil and gas. Could those measures really weaken Russia's ability to finance this war? Because we've seen sanction packages over and over, not just from the US, from the European Union as well, and yet the war machine continues.
The war machine continues primarily because the Russians got a big bump in revenue due to the war in Iran. Oil prices went up. The way the Russians fund their war is through sales of oil. And even though that has been constrained, the sales of oil, the export of oil from Russia to the rest of the world has been constrained and reduced, the increase in prices helped the Russians. However, as we know, those prices are back down. Before the war, before the Iran war, these measures, these sanctions that you mentioned, were really having an effect on the revenues going into the Russian economy. They were really having an effect. They were down by half, Melinda. So yes, they can have an effect. They will have more effect now that the oil prices are coming back down.
Do you think, as you say, oil prices coming down, we've got these new sets of sanctions, do you think that this could be that strategically important balance point, that maybe this could be the time that Russia is really going to start to feel it, and we could see a shift in Ukraine's favour?
We could very well see a shift in Ukraine's favor. We've already seen the shift in Ukraine's favor on the battlefield and in the deep strikes that the Ukrainians are using, again, their own weapons, firing deep into Russia at military targets, affecting the revenues, affecting the supply of military equipment, affecting the production of missiles. So we've seen that shift. And now we will see that further with these sanctions, these new sanctions. And that could put pressure on Putin to come to the negotiating table for a ceasefire.
We've seen deep strikes into Russia, but no real change along that front line. Why not?
So the front line has been stable, well, stable is not the right word, has been dynamic, but hasn't moved back and forth for some 3.5, 4 years. It's been stable. The Ukrainians have held off the Russians, and indeed now, Melinda, are pushing the Russians back a little bit. Here and there, they're pushing the Russians back. So the stability, it's a dynamic stability. It's moving, but not very much at all. And it's a tribute to the Ukrainian army stopping the Russian army.
You mentioned the peace process there. Do you think that that process can get back on track before Ukraine endures another incredibly difficult winter?
It will all depend on Putin. When Putin feels the pressure, when Putin realizes he cannot win, when Putin realizes that his economy is suffering devastating effects on his economy, when he realizes that his soldiers are being killed on the battlefield in numbers that he can't replace, when he realizes this, he will have to come to the negotiating table to end the fight, to enjoy a ceasefire. And that, yes, it could happen this year.
We have, though, seen President Trump's dedication to this peace process being put somewhat on the back burner, given the US has very much embroiled itself in the situation in Iran. So do you think it's going to need the US to get back on the front foot, or do you think that that time has passed?
No, I think that the attempt to put pressure on Putin to come to the negotiating table is reviving, at least in the Americans. We Americans are now putting some pressure on, and the Trump administration has indicated that they're going to send their two negotiators, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, to Kyiv sometime soon. This will be important to restart that negotiating process. It'll be important to get Witkoff and Kushner to Kyiv for the first time, Melinda. They've been to Moscow many times. They haven't been to Kyiv yet, and now they're talking about visiting Kyiv. That's an important move.
It is an important move. I wanted to bring that up with you because we heard that also from President Zelensky. It hasn't been confirmed by the Trump administration. But the very first visit by those two key negotiators to Kyiv, that could be a turning point in the US's push one way or the other, couldn't it?
It could be a turning point in the U.S. push, but again, the key is Putin. The United States and Ukraine. President Trump and President Zelensky both have made suggestions and demands, recommendations, offers to Putin. He's turned them all down. Putin is the problem. When he realizes he can't win, he'll have to bow to that pressure and come to the negotiating table.
What's it going to take, though, for him to realise, as you say, that he can't win? Because he's endured this for a very long time now. What's to say he can't just continue to wait them out?
His economy is getting worse and worse. He's losing soldiers on the battlefield. The ratio, Melinda, of Russian soldiers to Ukrainian soldiers being killed on the battlefield is 8 to 1. The Ukrainians are doing very well. The Russians are losing more soldiers than they can replace. That is going to catch up to Putin this year. The sanctions we talked about from the Americans, but also from the Europeans, is going to put continued pressure. His economy is going to dictate that he makes some change. He'll come to the negotiating table.
Do you think the domestic pressure is also going to catch up with President Zelensky? We have seen some very unhappy protests in Ukraine.
President Zelensky has strong support. You're right. There have been protests of the replacement of the defense minister. However, President Zelensky listened. And what he did was he got rid of the commander, the military commander, and put a new, younger commander in and a new, young minister of defense. So that combination has demonstrated to the Ukrainian people that Zelensky listens, that he hears their protests, he hears their concerns, he responds, he's made changes. He's done this before, Melinda. A year ago, he had the same thing, made a mistake, and the Ukrainian people went to the streets. President Zelensky listened. That same thing this time. He's in good shape until the war ends. The Ukrainians will support him until the war ends.
But one final question to you. Is there the imputation that perhaps he got rid of the defence minister because he was looking like a popular potential successor to President Zelensky? Was this trying to remove a potential, candidate?
I don't think so. I think the main reason that he had to make a change, that he saw he had to make a change, was that young Minister of Defense and the old general, the old commander-in-chief general, didn't get along, couldn't agree, indeed were working at cross purposes. Zelensky had to act. He had to act. He first made a bad decision and sided with the old general and dismissed the young defense minister. And then, as we said, the people came to the streets. People let him know that he had made a mistake. Zelensky listened, and he put in a young general, and he's trying to get the young Minister of Defense back in the government so that he can reassemble that team. So, no, I think he's got strong support.
Let's see if he can get that support over the line to potentially a negotiating table. It's been an interesting discussion with you. Thank you, William Taylor, former US ambassador under Presidents Bush and Obama. Thanks for being on the program.
Thank you, Melinda.
Let's get some deeper analysis on the current state of play and bring in General Lord Richard Dannant, the former head of the British Army and former commander of NATO's Allied Rapid Reaction Corps, joining us from Norfolk in the UK. Lord Dannant, thank you for being here. Can you start?
Good afternoon. Delighted to join you.
Wonderful. It's great to have your expertise on the show, because I'm really curious to get your overall impression of that meeting between Presidents Zelensky and Trump, because we know they haven't always gone smoothly.
No, you're right. I think in very sharp contrast, this last meeting was very, very different from the first meeting, which was frankly toe-curling and embarrassment some 17 months ago when Zelensky first called on Donald Trump. I think the world has moved on a long way. The war in Ukraine has moved on a long way, and there was a much better meeting of minds. Meeting of minds because I think they both want something from each other. Zelensky, quite properly, wants more Patriot missiles, or the ability to produce Patriot-type missiles in the Ukraine. And I think Donald Trump is desperate to try and find a way to end this war in Ukraine. So they both need each other, and this time they needed to agree, and I think that's what we saw.
Patriot missiles, as you rightly point out there, were a big focus of this meeting, but securing a promise from the president for Ukraine to produce them domestically in the future doesn't solve Ukraine's problems now. We're looking at, what, a 1 to 5 year lead time, aren't we?
Well, I think you have to look at the pace of innovation, of technological advance that the Ukrainians have demonstrated over the getting on for 4.5 years of this war. They've gone from requirement to inception to production very, very quickly. So I think if they are given the go-ahead to produce Patriot-type missiles domestically, they will get on with it very quickly. In the meantime, of course, they need to generate their maximum degree of anti-ballistic missile defences, counter-drone defences of their own, and other European countries, and of course still the United States are assisting them. That's absolutely invaluable. It's absolutely essential. And as far as Zelensky is concerned, he must go on protecting his people in the best way that he can, while on the other hand, continue the deep strikes, which have been very successful, deep strikes into Russia, which are having quite a significant effect on the Russian economy through influencing their supplies of gas and oil.
Zelensky has requested, what we've heard from his readout from their meeting, that he requested an emergency winter package of Patriot interceptors from the US. He wants 300 of them before the end of winter. We haven't heard any confirmation or response from the White House about that request for immediate supplies. Do you think that's an unrealistic ask from the Ukrainian leader?
No, I don't think it's unrealistic. It was, put it this way, it's not an unreasonable ask.
No.
Whether it's unrealistic, well, actually, time will tell. But this winter is going to be the 5th winter of this war. Winter is a particularly difficult time. And if the Russians do what they've done in previous winters, they will put huge pressure on the Ukrainian population through hitting their electricity and energy supplies, in the same way that the Ukrainians are hitting the Russian supplies. But the effect in winter is much more severe on the Ukrainians. So quite rightly, Zelensky is asking for the right to make Patriot-type missiles domestically in Ukraine, but also to have an emergency supply in the short term. Of course, it's reasonable to ask, and I think, assuming that Donald Trump has got the capacity in the United States arsenal, then it's not an unreasonable thing to do to make those available, and make them available really quite quickly now.
Well, I guess that perhaps is the underlying sentiment of my question there, whether or not it's unreasonable, because if we take at face value some comments made by the top US military commander in the Middle East, Admiral Brad Cooper, saying, that they are reaching limits of what their supply will allow. Do you think that the US is going to remain unwilling to hand over that valuable arsenal when they are struggling with supply themselves, given the extended conflict in Iran?
Well, of course, Patriot missiles aren't the only item in the United States inventory. And you're absolutely right to draw attention to the war in Iran. One war is overlaying on another. But I think certainly going back to Ukraine, focusing on Ukraine, it is quite clear that the air defense threat and their air defense capability is a very, very high priority. So quite rightly, Zelensky is making the case as strongly as he can. Now, it's up to American commanders in the Middle East region to make sure that they can use the variety of weapons available to them to make sure that they keep their ships, their bases as safe as possible from further Iranian attacks on their interests.
The front lines remain largely unchanged, but Ukraine is now, as you were pointing out in your previous comment there, showing it can strike deeply and successfully inside Russia. Do you think that that has changed the dynamic between President Zelensky and President Trump?
Yes, I think it has, because although Putin maintains a vice-like grip over state broadcasting media and therefore over what the Russian population know and understand, there is no doubt that the persistent deep attacks by Ukraine on Russian oil and energy infrastructure is having an effect. And it's a visible effect. I mean, interest rates are high, inflation is high, the availability of fuel is restricted, and it's having an effect on the Russian people. And at some stage, that is quite likely, quite possibly, going to have an effect on Putin and his decision-making. So that's one factor which might be drawing a ceasefire a little bit closer. As far as Trump is concerned, he is looking towards the midterm elections. He would like to be able to say that he's orchestrated a ceasefire in Ukraine before the midterm elections, in just the same way he'd like to say he's orchestrated something approaching victory or at least a ceasefire in the United States' favor in Iran. So there are practical issues in both these theatres of war, but there are domestic political issues that are probably the overriding thought process in Donald Trump's mind at the present moment.
And there also needs to be the domestic pressures also on President Zelensky's minds, because he has been under increasing domestic pressure from his people, especially after sacking the defence minister. Do you think that his meeting with President Trump is going to give him a domestic boost that he significantly needed?
Well, certainly the positive reporting of their meeting is going to help Zelensky back in Kyiv and back amongst the Ukrainian population. I think a lot of people have rather shaken their heads and rather wondered why Zelensky felt he ought to get rid of or needed to get rid of the defence minister, a young, very innovative, forward-thinking defence minister. Now, maybe it was quite as simple as that he was beginning to represent a threat to Zelensky himself. If that is the case, I think that's a shame, because I think in times of war, all the people at the top of a country need to pull together towards the common aim, which is safeguarding their own security and defeating the enemy. So back to your question, yes, I think the meeting in the White House will play well, and Zelensky will get a certain amount of kudos and credit for that.
Do you think it's going to be enough to quell that domestic unhappiness or discontent that we've seen, especially, as you say, we're going to soon be entering another very difficult winter period?
Well, I think Zelensky and his new defence minister and the new head of the armed forces, they need to sit down together and agree to work together and to collaborate together in the best interests of their government and in the best interests of their people, particularly as we're approaching another winter. Discord is not a good thing for Ukraine, and it'll only benefit Russia at a time when Russia is under pressure. Bear in mind, at sea, the Ukrainian non-navy has pretty much sent the Russian Black Sea fleet out of the Black Sea. The deep attacks we've been talking about have become increasingly successful. And although on the land, the land maneuver battle is pretty stagnated, it's not going Russia's way. Russia is still taking about 1,100-1,200 casualties every day, killed and wounded. And that's a very high number and probably unsustainable in the longer term.
If we turn our attention a little bit to Iran, because you sort of mentioned we have two conflicts overlapping a little bit here, we did see over the weekend that Ukraine attacked that Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea. The Kremlin has said that that should be considered an attack by Ukraine on Iran itself. With that in mind, can you see Iran targeting Ukraine in response, or perhaps Ukrainian allies in Europe?
Well, it's very difficult to predict what Tehran would do. Now, who do we mean by Tehran? I think we have to increasingly recognise that the power men in Tehran, in Iran, are the commanders of the IRGC, and they have got a much more hard-edged approach than the Khomeini government, bearing in mind that the new supreme leader has still not shown himself in public. So we've got to reckon that we're dealing with the hard-edged leadership of the IRGC. And what they will do or what they won't do is quite hard to predict. But Iran is lashing out in several directions. It's firing up its proxies, the Houthis again. It would like to continue to support Hezbollah in Lebanon to the extent that it can, and the remnants of Hamas. The real engine of war, of disquiet in the Middle East, undoubtedly is Iran, and undoubtedly is now the leadership of the IRGC. And it's unpredictable.
If you were still a NATO commander, would you be encouraging your NATO allies to have a heightened level of readiness, or perhaps to keep a closer watch on that issue?
Well, you combine the wider issues in the Middle East and the issues in Ukraine, and I think there's all grounds for a heightened sense of readiness. And it comes back to the issue which many of us have been talking about in the United Kingdom and other countries, and that is the amount of resource, the amount of money that Western countries are prepared to put into their defence budgets. And certainly as far as the United Kingdom is concerned, the current government, and we've just got a new Prime Minister, still seems to be reluctant to fund the defence budget to the extent that is needed. And of course, if you don't have a strong deterrent capability, you are risking, whether it's adventurism, further adventurism from the IRGC somewhere in the Middle East region, or further adventurism from Vladimir Putin in the wider European theatre. So it all does come back to the amount of preparation and readiness, and that's determined by the amount of cash that governments are prepared to put into their defence budgets. And it's not enough for most countries at the present moment.
If we just turn a little bit more of a focus onto Iran, we have heard from the top US military commander reportedly saying that the bombing campaign that the US has been conducting around the Strait of Hormuz area has reached its limit of effectiveness. Do you think that we're going to see a renewed or a changed military strategy from the US as it remains entrenched in this war with Iran?
Well, I mean, sadly, I think one has to accept that the United States has got itself into a war that, as much as they might like, or Donald Trump might like to declare victory from time to time, it's increasingly difficult to win. I'm sure defense planners in the Pentagon have known right from the start that the Strait of Hormuz was a very vulnerable point as far as the United States is concerned. I think Donald Trump has been much slower to accept the significance of the Straits. And of course, there's also now the Houthis threatening the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb. So these threats and challenges to American power, challenges to Western influence are increasing. So I think the sensible strategic move by the United States is to find, probably through diplomatic measures, a way to wind this war down with Iran. Because winning it, I think, is going to be impossible. Losing it is unthinkable. So finding an honourable way to stop it is the sensible solution.
That is a sensible solution to war. Let's see if we eventually get ourselves there. General Lord Richard Dannett, that is a really interesting analysis from you. We appreciate your time. Former head of the British Army and former commander of NATO's Allied Rapid Reaction Corps. Thanks for being here on the programme.
Thanks, Melinda.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews and analysis. Until then, goodbye.
If you are watching this report on TV or on your mobile phone, you are committing a sin. And if you take part in political activity, as a candidate or as a voter, this is forbidden. And never keep photos of yourself at home or allow anyone to take them. New York, the dazzling city known for its nightlife, its crowded streets, and the Statue of Liberty. In all its modern lifestyle, its urban sophistication, its fast pace of life, architecture, and advanced technology, and yet only about 300 kilometers away from New York lies the state of Pennsylvania, which is home to the largest Amish community in the world, a religious group that has voluntarily given up modern freedoms and abandoned contemporary technology in order to preserve their traditional way of living. Our team boarded a train from New York to Pennsylvania on a special mission to learn more about this group in a journey that felt like stepping into a time machine. This Christian community stands as a clear example of people who willingly hold on to their old beliefs, choosing freely to remain committed to a way of life built on traditional farming and handcrafted work. They continue to follow these long-standing practices with intention and devotion, quietly setting aside the modern developments and technological changes that surround them in the world today. But how far can a community cling to the past in a world ruled by technology? Pastor Gregory welcomes us into his church to share his experience living among the Amish and how their beliefs differ from the Protestant Christianity followed by most Americans.
They're just people that are living like in another time frame. Most people, we go with the flow. When cars came along, we gave up our horses. When cell phones came along, we gave up our landlines. We just go with all the technology, but they have held back on that on purpose. I think because they want to have a slower lifestyle, a more thoughtful lifestyle, more contemplative, and not be influenced by the things that go with these advances. It's a mixed bag. There's blessings in the technology, but there's also some dangers as well, and they try to stay away from that.
The Amish believe that good deeds in this life lead to salvation in the next. Unlike most Christian churches, baptism is not done at birth, but at the age of 18. At that age, one chooses whether to remain with the Amish community and be baptized, or leave it with no ties.
Well, I was born Amish till I was 5, and then my parents changed to the Mennonite church. Playing with cousins wasn't a problem at all. Children get along with children. But when you get into adults, especially my grandparents, they were really strict, staunch Amish. We didn't eat at the same table with them. I remember one time we had one big table, but they put a divider down the middle. Mom and Dad sat over here, and then the rest of them. What I do now is just respect their way of life.
The people are generally very personable. They don't like their pictures taken, but they will be willing to talk to you. A man named Sam Stoltzfus. He lives here in Gordonville, Lancaster County, next to the church where I pastor. But this man is a resident historian for Gordonville. He's written Lancaster County Amish History is one of them. And he recently, well, I think it was 2016, he said, he took a trip to Germany. And he has pictures, and it's like a travel log of his experience in going to Germany. So things don't get collected. People give me notes, and I write notes, and I put the envelopes.
Pastor Gregory arranged for us to meet his Amish friend, the historian Samuel, who agreed to speak only if his face was not shown, as photography conflicts with Amish beliefs against portraying humans.
We don't believe in having our photographs taken because of the graven image. 10 Commandment, second commandment. We have 350,000 Amish people in North America. They're scattered all the way from Montana to Delaware to Virginia or New York State. There's Amish people in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi. Then there's also Beachy Amish. They don't drive cars, but they have tractors. almost 40,000 Amish people in Lancaster County.
The Amish are known for their distinct appearance. Men grow beards but shave the mustache, and women cover their hair and dress modestly.
We always wear plain clothes, plain suits, plain shirts. Now, we don't always make our own clothing. We buy some. You can buy some tailor-made. And the dresses, the girls wear white before they're married. Organdy, we call it. Then when they get married, then they wear colored dresses. The white dress, when you get married, is laid back, and that's their funeral garb. Or when a lady gets to be 35 and not married, then she'll switch over to colored dress.
The Amish trace their origins to the 17th century, when a Swiss spiritual leader named Jacob Ammon founded the movement, aiming to return the church to its original teachings and old religious traditions, believing the Mennonite church had strayed from them. Ammon also wanted a simple, humble lifestyle aligned with the teachings of the Bible.
The Amish people came here in the 1700s to Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, at the same time that many other people were coming, Christians who were experiencing persecution in Europe. William Penn and others had purchased land here and made land available for them to come, where they would have religious freedom, freedom to teach their children, have their own schools, and live like that. Many of them were farmers and stayed to be farmers throughout most of their life and throughout the history of Lancaster County.
They all came from Germany and Switzerland, Europe, and they all taught Pennsylvania Dutch. And that's English and German and Dutch together. So that's why they taught Pennsylvania Dutch.
It's very interesting how at that time, back in the 1700s, that the communication got from America to Europe that, oh, there's freedom here, and why don't you come and live here? But many of them did, and records exist of boatloads of immigrants coming from Europe to America, arriving in Philadelphia, moving westward as land became available.
We've been keeping that pretty well. Our church services are in Pennsylvania Dutch and German. Always in Pennsylvania Dutch. Oh, 50% German. Our scriptures are in German. Our communion services are in German. Oh, it's just something we've always kept.
The Amish prefer to have their children schooled in their own private schools, and that is permitted here in Pennsylvania. Usually their students go to about the 8th grade, do not go to further higher education. Some of them might continue into high school.
We've seen this from day one. We started our own schools in 1928 because the sports were taken over and they wanted the Amish to go to high schools, and we didn't feel that was very necessary. Well, we have to go to school till we're 15. In 1956, that was a big issue. Finally, they got together and how they would do this, and now they have a 14-year-old school. After you're through the 8th grade, you go to 1 year to that until you're 15. And then they teach German, farm economics, and things like that. The ladies will learn cooking, housekeeping, which they have anyway. They knew it anyway.
Nowadays, the ministry taught more English than High German. It makes it easier for everybody. But they still use a lot of German too.
Amish girl will go to Amish school, and when she gets out of school, she can be a helper when she's 15 or 16. If she's a helper for a year or two, she has the groundwork to be a teacher. They don't all make it, but 90% of them do. They do a good job.
Their schools are usually taught by a younger single lady, and they do have a training, although it's very short, a training program for their teachers. And when they get to the point that they might marry, she should no longer continue teaching, because if she's married, she should be living at home, taking care of her children.
The Amish face many challenges, including the high cost of land, which pushes many away from farming toward working in shops. Here in the central market, young men and women sell their local products, attracting visitors from all around.
I grew up in Lancaster. I think the market's such a great part of our history. It's actually the oldest, largest continuously operating market in the country. So that's like a really cool thing.
The Amish today work with other people. They participate in community activities, especially with local fire companies. All of our fire companies are volunteer. The Amish have lovely farms, and they have farm buildings, barns, and they need protection, and so they cooperate with other people in the community as well.
Here's a fire company. The Amish help a lot at the fire company.
Some people confuse the Amish with the Mennonites, as both share European roots and have similar beliefs. They are essentially spiritual cousins.
I'm not Amish, we're Mennonite. We're not quite as strict. We all have electricity and telephones, but we don't have cell phones and no computers. And we don't have the beards, and the dress is a little different. We all drive horse and buggy too. Now there's some Mennonites that drive cars. There's a lot of different groups of Mennonites.
We always work together with the Mennonites. So if it goes to the worst, it comes to bat. Sometimes those people will step up for us, which gives you a good feeling. We do a lot of comforts for MCC. It's sort of a quick put together blanket, quilt, Ukraine, Jerusalem. They send a lot of stuff over to those cities. People don't have enough to eat or have enough to wear.
The Amish maintain strong social and economic ties, especially with the Mennonites. The Amish refer to anyone outside their community as outsiders, regardless of background.
It's a mix. They'll use our services as English people. They will use our technology, our transportation when they need to, but they rely upon themselves mainly for their day-to-day living in their home life. Some of them actually have vehicles, but not for their own purpose. They use it for business purposes. I worked for a hardscape company up in New Holland where the owner had 3 big diesel trucks. He had cell phones, he had office computer equipment and so forth, but he himself would have to be transported by a driver to get to the job locations to give the estimates and then to check up on the work.
Amish buggies differ in shapes and types and uses. There are summer buggies, winter buggies, family wagons, cargo wagons, and more. Paul accompanies us to show us some of his personal buggies.
Go through the Here's the blinking lights. It's the headlights. This is actually my buggy here. I use this quite a bit in the summer. their head and face. Helps a little for the rain too. You look around more and gets you a good ride.
We believe in using horses and on the road and in the field, because if we would start buying cars and buying tractors, we would go way too fast. Our young folks, when they get 16, we get them a horse and a buggy, and that's the way they travel.
Amish like to stay as a community. They have very strong families, and so they don't drive cars because that would take them away from their family and away from the community, perhaps into a city where there might be other influences that might not be to the benefit of their families. And they've kept using horsepower for their farm work as well. And so you'll see horses out in the field pulling plows and different kinds of equipment all the way.
Packing up the dreams God planted in the fertile soil of you. Can't believe
it can add up to the price of a car when you have a horse and buggy together. They have different upholstery. He said they can have seating, front row seat, you have a back row seat. So the single guys, he was just going to have a front row seat. He didn't need a back row because he wasn't married.
But we'll keep you close as always. It won't even see you go.
The buggies all have halogen bulbs now. In the last 20 years, they got much brighter. The headlights and the tail lights, so you can see them. And the boys that ride scooter, I meet a bunch of them going to work, 5 or 6 of them going to work in the morning. And they have a light they put on their hat so they could see, and then they have a flashing light in the back for safety.
Among the Amish, forgiveness and rejection of violence are core values, to the extent that they do not join the army. Even so, their punishment is harsh for those who break their rules. For example, if members violate Amish church guidelines and refuse to confess or leave the group, they face expulsion, which in their community is called shunning, as happened with the Miller family.
They keep their horse feed in here. Chicken leg it through again.
You go into an Amish-owned store to buy something, they won't take money from you. You have to lay it on the counter, and they'll pick it up. They won't take it out of your hands. They'll ride in a car with ex-Amish, but you're not allowed to drive. They can't. I have to drive because I was never baptized in the church like my parents were. So it gets a little touchy, I guess.
'Cause our hearts in peace will keep the love that keeps us strong, and friends are friends forever. If the Lord's the Lord of them, and a friend will not say never, 'cause the welcome will not end.
They have mud sales every year, and they could have $5 million coming in. They sell everything imaginable, household quilts and farm equipment, and they sell horses some places, and quilts could bring over $1,000 for quilts and auction them off. But because it's a fundraiser for the fire company, they don't mind paying twice as much as what you would maybe buy it at a store. You might get 5,000 people showing up at the sale. English and Amish, they go together, and Mennonites, and sell buggies and horses.
And we got the, well, we're at about 35.
Mud auctions, as they are called among the Amish, are one of the major traditional events in their culture. These auctions are held every spring with many community members and neighboring groups participating. They sell many items including handmade furniture, farm equipment, horse-drawn wagons, and local foods. This event is a chance to raise donations, and also a special social occasion where Amish people and visitors meet to enjoy the auction and exchange stories and experiences.
A harder life, riding a bicycle, pushing a scooter, which would use one foot on the platform, and the other foot they use to push. I mean, it's a lot harder. It's slower. It's a slower life. I said to one Amish lady, you know, you're kind of away from the world kind of a thing. But she said, you know, but we're still tempted. We're still tempted. We're still, you know, it's part of life. Not that all of it's bad, but it has its influence. It changes things. So I think as long as they're able to maintain their independence to some degree, they'll be fine.
You on my side, Ben, or not? 22, not 5. And now 22, 22, 5 and 9. So $22 straight down the middle. Number 100. Number 100. 22, 5 and 9. So $22 left side.
The Amish are a very important part of Lancaster County culture. They contribute in many ways to our history and our culture now today. We like having the Amish in Lancaster County.
They are people that add to this area and make it unique. And if we lost the Amish, Lancaster County would be just like anywhere else.
But in this case, from birth, the announcement was made that Jesus is a Savior, a deliverer. In fact, his very name means salvation, means Savior. They shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sin.
For many, this community misses out on much of life's pleasures. But as the Amish say, sometimes the simplest things in life are the best.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow, And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet, at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase.
Опять остались голые косы и опять никуда опять.
We faced many dangers while covering the events in Kursk. We followed the developments of the battles on the fronts, and we were with the civilians, documenting their suffering in their homes, which they refused to leave, and in the shelters they had fled to. We were right in the midst of the battles. Ever since the Ukrainian incursion in August 2024, Al-Arabiya was exposed, just as it was while covering the Ukrainian incursion, to the dangers of Ukrainian weapons, while covering the path of Kursk's liberation. Kursk is the Russian region that Ukrainian forces entered in an attempt to shift the balance of power in a war that has been going on for more than 3 years, where the Ukrainian army occupied it and advanced deep into Russian territory. As we were the first to cover the events that shook Kursk, we followed everything from the very beginning. To get the most accurate details, we went to the commander of the Special Chechen Akhmat Forces, General Abdi Alaudinov. Given the importance of this figure on the battlefield in the Russian army, the road to him was surrounded by complete secrecy, both regarding the location and timing of the meeting.
A NATO military staff committee prepared an operation to occupy the nuclear power plant and the city of Kurchatov, where this station is located, by encircling Kursk and Belgorod. This meant that this entire area to fall under the control of armed Ukrainian groups, according to NATO's plan.
The Ukrainian forces' incursion into Russian territory led to massive waves of displacement, large numbers. Temporary shelters received tens of thousands of citizens who had left their homes. The greatest difficulties were in evacuating people with special needs, the chronically ill, and the elderly who need constant medical care.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear. She is 95 years old.
Waves of displaced people continued to arrive at shelters, fleeing the danger of the ongoing battles, while medical teams checked the newcomers.
I was in a coma. My blood sugar rose above 600. Yes, I went into a coma because my medicine ran out.
The affected people did not hide their anger toward the authorities in Kyiv and spoke about Ukrainian drones that tormented them day and night and turned their lives into hell because of their sheer numbers in the area where they lived.
The situation is bad. The drones are hovering above us. Here we are. They are bombing us heavily. The drones are flying. I didn't know where to go. I lost my mind. As soon as I hear gunfire, I can't sleep. Where can I escape to? Where should I go?
Ukrainian drones were targeting everything that moved on Kursk's territory for fear of the Russian response.
A large number of villages and towns have been liberated and cleared. Work on this axis is still ongoing in all circumstances.
Aid continued to flow successively from various Russian regions to those affected in Kursk.
No housing, no shelter, no help at all. We survived thanks to my husband who works. We rented a place and managed to stay however we could.
The Ukrainian incursion left behind many displaced people who suffered from losing their shelter and sources of income. On the other hand, the Ukrainian advance prompted a rapid response from Russian forces to stop it and regain control of the situation.
When we reached Kursk province on the Sudzha axis, there was no unit to confront the enemy. No unit had faced the enemy. Because it had succeeded in breaching the defense lines along the border and managed to occupy a wide area in Kursk province, it even came within 15-20 kilometers of the city of Kursk.
Курской области, и он от Курска находился там в каких-то там 15, даже 20 километрах.
Kyiv was counting on forcing the Russian command to move its forces from Donbas toward Kursk, which would allow the Ukrainian army to regain the territories it had lost on the fronts. But the Russian winds blew against what the Ukrainian ships desired. Ukraine. Russia continued its advance, and mobilization was carried out from all parts of the Russian Federation to confront the situation in Kursk. This enabled the fighting forces on the Donetsk front to seize larger areas, because the Ukrainian Army Command had thrown its elite forces into Kursk in an attempt to move the battlefield into the Russian interior.
We launched large winged drones in addition to small drones to specifically cover the front sectors. Our 2 drone units, they specifically highlighted the size and movement of enemy convoys. At that point, we organized our lines on the Martinovka axis, and thus we, as Akhmat forces, stood directly in the face of the cannon. We were the ones who stopped the enemy's first convoys.
Russian reinforcements arrived successively in Kursk territory, and the confrontation began between the Russian army and Ukrainian forces in order to stop the latest expansion inside the province. Russian fighter jets filled the skies of the region around the clock, dropping glide bombs that inflicted heavy losses on the Ukrainian army in lives and equipment.
The enemy threw everything. He had to limit our strength. He was throwing large numbers of his elements daily in an attempt to breach our lines. But as we see, over 7 months, the enemy was unable to create any breach in our forces, the forces of Akhmat.
And indeed, the general revealed to us some of the secret correspondence between NATO officers that Russian intelligence agencies managed to intercept, which highlight the role of the Chechen Akhmat forces in standing against attempts of Ukrainian advance in Kursk and foiling the approved plans.
Thanks to the Akhmat forces, a great deal was done in general. I don't want to go into details.
The Russian army began to limit the advance of Ukrainian forces and succeeded in encircling the areas controlled by the Ukrainian army at the last point in the depth and on both flanks of the contact line.
At the beginning, the number of populated areas they occupied exceeded 80 settlements. They couldn't hold this area, so they advanced to new territory.
In October 2024, operations to repel the forces began, and the Russian army started liberating towns and villages one after another. While maintaining the positions it had taken after, it managed to form a defensive line that besieges the Ukrainian forces from three sides, leaving them only the western withdrawal route to Sumy province, from which they had entered. We head to the town of Kazakia, Loknia, with the Chechen Ahmad forces that participated in its liberation. This town witnessed fierce battles between the Russian and Ukrainian armies after the Russian army intensified its efforts to liberate several towns and cities in Kursk province. After expelling the Ukrainian forces from the town of Kazakia Loknia, which we entered days after the Russians took control, the military warned us of the danger of the mines the Ukrainians left behind, probably to hinder the advance of Russian forces and facilitate their withdrawal.
Why is attention drawn to the need for caution before taking any step here? This is because the Ukrainian army violates all internationally recognized laws and conventions by using prohibited weapons against infantry units known as butterflies. Mines of this size are difficult to notice among the grass. They are very small, but capable of amputating a foot. There are many weapons that the North Atlantic Alliance used to support Ukrainian forces, and these weapons were found on the ground of this province where Ukrainian fighters left them behind and withdrew to other areas.
We positioned in Soldatskoye, then headed to Cherkasskoye Porekhnoi, where fierce clashes are taking place. We succeeded in repelling this attack over 2 full months. Then we advanced toward Martinovka, where we fortified along the main road.
In the towns recaptured by the Russian army, the Ukrainians left behind large numbers of their dead following the bloody confrontations, at a time when some civilians refused to leave their homes and flee with the Ukrainian forces toward Kyiv. Many destroyed houses and military equipment left behind by the Ukrainian army. Of course, it must be noted that this town was inhabited by thousands of citizens who were displaced during the Ukrainian incursion or the Ukrainian advance at the beginning of the crisis in August of last year. And when the Russian army returned to retake this town, about 180 citizens were living in it and were evacuated, and only about 6 people remained in this town no more. It is clear how brutal this war is, but I prefer to hear from you what happened to you.
I became like this. My house burned down, so I took refuge with my brother.
Why didn't you leave despite the explosions we hear?
I didn't leave because I decided to stay on my land, in my village.
Among your relatives, did you lose anyone?
My brother disappeared when he went to work on the 6th of August and never returned after that. But thank God, our soldiers told me they found him alive and in good health.
After the withdrawal of Ukrainian forces from most towns in Kursk and their entrenchment in the border city of Sudzha and its suburbs, the Russian advance froze and the battles of attack and counterattack continued until the beginning of March 2025.
Indeed, the enemy entrenched across all areas of Kursk province. What can I say? They brought their elite forces and reinforcements from NATO. The United States brought all of this.
Every time the enemy tried to seize more territory, he failed. And in the end, we tightened the noose around him in a specific area. We were forced to stay there for a longer period in a back and forth within the framework of a line between 2 and 3 kilometers. We would advance, then retreat, which resulted in them suffering heavy losses. In just 1 month, their losses reached up to 10,000 personnel.
A qualitative and surprising turning point after a unique operation that caught the Ukrainian fighters. Through the infiltration of Russian forces via the giant gas pipelines that had been disabled by the battles, allowing them to reach the rear lines of the Ukrainian forces and completely encircling them.
The fighters started to draft a plan and worked on using the pipe in the operation. Regarding the distance which separates the start point and end point is 15.7 kilometers. The operation forced our soldiers to wrap themselves with certain ribbons, similar to what the Ukrainian soldiers do. Then the soldiers came out from the back lines, which caused enemy soldiers to panic. They even rushed running anywhere they can, wearing their underwear or shorts or even flip-flops. The surprise aspect had an important effect.
The unique gas pipeline operation lasted 6 days. Those who carried it out were able to cross in 2 days, but waited 4 more days until the other units arrived before launching the attack, in order to tighten control and the siege from the front and rear of the city.
The plan set by Alla Oldinov, which is called the pipes, when Ahmad's soldiers slipped through the back lines, caused enemy soldiers to run away from the battlefield.
We're on the lookout and confronted the enemy's attempts to advance on our lands. Our efforts were not limited to repelling the enemy only, but went beyond that by repelling his forces so that he would retreat to the positions from which he had infiltrated.
The Russian army expanded the encirclement of the city of Sudzha through the infiltration operation via the pipelines at the same time that the ground forces were carrying out their assault on the city. The Ukrainian forces lost their most important positions and some surrounding towns and withdrew to the border villages with Sumy province, leaving behind vehicles and equipment and thousands of casualties between killed and captured.
At first they came from the war committees and from police departments with draft notices for military service. If someone failed to report, he would face a financial fine. Then they threatened with imprisonment. I'm not sure I could have continued. They selected some capable people, about 20 individuals. As for me, I am just an ordinary soldier. In fact, most of those who accompanied me in this training course had not originally undergone military service. No. I was injured while I was in Britain. That's why I spent most of the training time sitting and did not participate in it.
The battles of Kursk resulted in thousands of dead, wounded, and prisoners on both sides, yet the defeated side always suffers the greater losses in equipment and lives. Russia alone transferred from Kursk 6,000 Ukrainian bodies without compensation, as a positive step from the Russian side.
Each side will claim that its losses are few and that the enemy suffered greater losses as a participant in the event from the inside. But as an eyewitness, I can confirm to you, regardless of how it may appear, that the losses of Akhmat forces were indeed limited.
We entered the city of Sudzha with the Imam of the Chechen Akhmat forces, who is working on evacuating the citizens who refused to flee to Kyiv before the Russian army recaptured the city. Let us document the situation up close from the hottest points of confrontation.
Young men gather people from the villages, and sometimes do so under drone and artillery shelling. This puts their lives at risk. We are extremely grateful to them. We are very thankful to them.
Inside the city, those who could escape the shells and drones fled from Sudzha to safe areas in Russia at the beginning of the crisis, while those who could not leave remained under Ukrainian forces' control.
They were roaming among us here since early October and boasting that they would hold a referendum for the residents of the Sudzha area and the entire Kursk province on their desire to join Ukraine.
Electronic jamming has become one of the most important defense methods against drones, and positioning systems securing protection for stationed units and vehicles carrying jamming devices. Of course, a drone in the upper area. The devices detect the drones that make us run from these drones that may put us at risk in this coverage. Snipers load their ammunition in preparation to fire at the drones that are hovering over Sudzha. A shell falling now near us, and the Russian soldiers trying to hunt the drones. This is shrapnel scattered from the shell, constantly in this border area. On the Kursk front, we are talking about the city of Sudzha, the last city of Sudzha, on the border with Ukraine's Sumy province. From the first line of confrontation, from point 0. The Ukrainian forces' insistence on holding the areas they occupied led to more suffering for the residents amid mutual shelling. The Ukrainians withdrew to the villages adjacent to Sumy, destroying the bridges behind them so that the Russian army could not catch up with them. This is the bridge that separates the eastern part of Sudzha from the western part, where Ukrainian military convoys used to move. And clashes began in the heart of Sudzha with the encirclement of the fighters, which tipped the balance in favor of the Russian army, which took full control of Sudzha. The destruction of the bridges pushed those working on civilian evacuation to intensify their efforts and take risks by crossing the river to transport those stranded on the other bank, on foot under shelling and drone attacks. The random Ukrainian shelling affected everyone here in Sudzha and its suburbs, leaving victims destruction and displaced people, including the disabled Svetlana, whose last moments in Sudzha were captured by Al Arabiya's camera before her evacuation from the heart of danger.
I am disabled. I don't know what to say. My daughter takes care of me. We had everything. Our tables were full. We had tea. I never went hungry. The windows were shattered in the room adjacent to the hallway. Our apartment has 3 rooms. A shell penetrated the roof of the house. My daughter was hit by 6 fragments.
Volunteers of the Popular Front transported the elderly disabled Svetlana to the nearest evacuation point, to transport her to safe areas, far from the shelling. Shells falling near the evacuation point forced everyone to take cover from the horror of the shelling, leaving Svetlana to face her fate on the ground. At the same time, an injured man came running asking for help. Doctor, here's the doctor, accompanying us.
I saw them. They were stealing and looting, then burning everything. They were all bandits who came from Sumai, relatives with their cars, and stole everything, even underwear, with crosses on their faces. They were the savages. Do you understand? What wonderful people there, like butter on bread. They were ready to flatter in the most vile and despicable ways just for a piece of bread under the second occupation. And all of them are wonderful when they beat people to death or prevent the burial of the dead. For some they are kind. For me, these people cannot be kind.
The disabled Svetlana was transferred to the city of Kursk for medical care, and she was lucky. Unlike many who died in Sudzha or lost their loved ones due to the shelling, that did not stop even after the Ukrainian forces withdrew from the city and its suburbs. Shells and rockets falling from nearby Ukrainian forces near the city of Sudzha until this moment, and civilians are terrified, and fear and panic hang over the entire area. Move away, move away. Get inside, drone. How do you distinguish your enemy's drones? Russian drones fly with red tape stickers, while enemy drones have no stickers. Also, our drones fly at low altitude, while enemy drones fly higher. This is not one of ours. Drones have become the masters of the situation in modern battles, and the rules of the game have changed, where their use has spread in this war, pushing both armies to form teams for drone control and others for defensive interception to reduce their risks, where neutralizing them has become an urgent priority. Extreme fear and caution as drones fly at low altitude. The Ukrainian forces are a few kilometers away from our position in villages. I hit it. It fell. It fell. Move away. The luggage is burning. What is burning there? The things are burning. We need water. Don't touch anything. Be careful. Did the luggage burn? Yes. Yes. Move the ammunition away. Explain to me what you have in your hand.
This is an OS-4 from enemy drones, a suicide one. It flies using optical fibers, which allows it to stay outside the jamming range, and it can hit the target from a greater distance. One can say that with these devices, they are killing us. How does the drone drop bombs? One way, unmanned aircraft. As you see here, the shell is fixed, and here are the optical fibers. And while it flies, it releases these fibers. The camera spots the target, dives on it, then explodes. With a mixture of explosives or any incendiary material, which causes shrapnel of varying sizes depending on the type of explosive material
The larger the materials, the more terrifying their effect. There it is. Wait, wait, wait. The sniper tries to shoot down the drones before they hit their targets, but some of them explode even after being shot down. They seek to find us, detect our positions, and then destroy them. So it is better to blow them up. That is why our eyes are always fixed on the sky. Everyone is afraid, and we are also afraid, but we have no choice. To return home alive and with the hope that everything ends peacefully.
Military operation management has changed now, a different military template from what is known. Drones, and specifically combat formations based on electronics, have come to occupy the most important position because it has become impossible to conduct any combat operations without a highly advanced drone unit. And this is an important point. If you have a very advanced drone unit, this automatically means your opponent has the same capabilities too. So you must have an advanced radio-electronic unit to be able to counter enemy drones. These two components complement each other, and they are in continuous competition.
In this place, the residents who remained in the city of Sudzha gather for their evacuation, where volunteer teams and the Russian Ministry of Emergency Situations arrive to evacuate civilians since the Russians took control of the city, and they are transported daily. As individual, cases or groups sometimes. The number of displaced people who reached the city of Kursk exceeded 500 displaced people, including the sick and elderly and people with special needs, in addition to those injured by rocket shrapnel and shells of the bloody battles. Volunteer teams linked to the Russian army, as well as the Ministry of Emergency Situations and social institutions, are working on evacuating the civilians who remained in the city of Sudzha and its suburbs.
Let the lady get inside, brother. Let the grandmother stay in her place. This is your place, Grandma. Yes, sit in your places. As for you, get in.
How many people did you evacuate today?
Today, 6 people. And the work is still ongoing. We will send 3 people now. And here, the car has arrived. As you see, there was an attempt to target us with a drone. At this time, the situation is dangerous. Since the shelling is ongoing, we are working to evacuate civilians as quickly as possible. And you too, be as careful as possible. You saw how a drone was shot down.
As we entered the area, we came across an old woman who told us her house was destroyed by a Ukrainian missile.
Right here in this spot, the fire was blazing. Artyom was trying to extinguish it.
It is clear the house was completely destroyed, yet the lady is still here taking care of the sheep and chickens, refusing to go to Kyiv with the Ukrainians or even to evacuate to Kursk after the Russian army entered. The imam managed to convince the lady whose house was destroyed to leave dangerous Sudzha and head to safe areas toward Kursk. He promised to take care of her animals until the crisis ends and reconstruction begins, so she can return to her home. She agreed and left with him, reassured, even falling asleep safely on the way. And so, the evacuation of citizens from dangerous areas continued in Kursk to safe areas. Vehicles arrived successively from the city of Suja, transporting stranded displaced civilians in the city to safe areas in Kursk province.
For 8 whole months we struggled to get any heating. We would cut trees to get firewood and put it in the stove to cook whatever food we could to stay alive. The Ukrainians treated us badly. Even the water we got from the river, they put barbed wire on it to prevent us from reaching it. And finally, we started to feel some joy when the shelling decreased. The shelling was continuous, including with drones. They were bombing civilians.
The main and decisive confrontations were in the first 2 days. After that, the enemy fled from the confrontation, so all that remained for us was to pursue his trail, clear the area, and advance. There were 3 towns that remained in the enemy's grip. What they did was they directed bombers towards Suja and nearby towns to continuously bomb our forces in an attempt to target our forces and limit our advance.
How far are the Ukrainian forces from Soida city? I think we managed to repel them outside the border village. Black smoke is rising. Are they hitting this area? The border is not far, in principle, and long-range shells can hit the adjacent areas near the outskirts of Sumy. So we are close to Sumy's border. The turn towards Sumy is close from here. Didn't you see it on your way here? It is possible to head to Sumy from here. Most likely they are shelling us from there.
The cells that we have not yet eliminated, whether Akhmat forces or others, are still retreating towards Sumy province and to liberate Kursk. Only a few villages and towns remain, which means that clearing the area is only a matter of time and nothing more.
The Ukrainian forces' entrenchment inside Kursk province near Sumy pushed the Russian president to visit the province, directing his fighting forces to defeat the enemies and complete control over the entire territory of the region.
Our first mission in the current situation is to completely destroy the enemy as quickly as possible after he entrenched himself in the lands of Kursk.
The border between Ukraine and Russia, and here we are talking about Sumy province and Kursk province. Shells are falling continuously from the nearest points on the border confrontation line between Russia and Ukraine in Kursk province, where continuous fighting and non-stop shelling between the Russian and Ukrainian armies. The Russian army advancing to liberate the entire Kursk province, while the Ukrainian army is trying to withdraw completely from Kursk province. It is also trying to infiltrate the other side south of Kursk toward Belgorod province. The battles continued, and Russian fighters along with North Korean forces increased pressure on the positions where the Ukrainian army was entrenched on the outskirts of Sumy province, until the Ukrainian forces were gradually expelled from the towns where they had entrenched themselves.
The units that were at the forefront, some of them from paratrooper units, were directed to liberate the 3 towns we mentioned. I can say here that they performed excellently and succeeded in uprooting the enemy completely from the area. This was done in coordination with an infantry unit and a paratrooper unit.
On April 26, 2025, the head of the Russian General Staff announced full control over all territories of Kursk province.
To the Comrade Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, today the last town in Kursk province was liberated from Ukrainian military units, and thus the complete destruction operation of the units of the Ukrainian Armed Forces that invaded Kursk was completed,
After the army liberated the entire territory of Kursk, it continued to infiltrate inside Ukrainian territory, controlling several towns in Sumy province to create a buffer zone, with battles continuing until now to push the danger away from Russian territory, especially since the Ukrainian forces infiltrated Belgorod province and are trying to return to Kursk territory.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.